All right, everyone, a full crowd tonight, and legitimately so. We have a lot of people to recognize this evening. Thank you all for being here. This is our combined work session and special meeting of Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. Calling to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet,
Here.
Councilmember Aslan,
I think I'm here.
Councilmember McCarthy,
I know I'm here.
Councilmember Salas,
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Here.
And tonight, we do have our NAU color guard with us this evening to assist us with the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'd like to turn the time over, and if we can all stand up, please, in honor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. With that, on to our mission statement. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. We're down to our land acknowledgement. Vice Mayor Sweet, would you please give our land acknowledgement?
Thank you, my honor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you, and I did just want to note to the public that City Council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agendized items. We're down to agenda item 4, public participation. Do we have anyone at this time? Thank you. Then this is item number 5, our farewell presentation for outgoing council members. You can rock, paper, scissors it if you want to.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good afternoon. Even though this looks a little bit disorganized, I want to impress upon you there's been a lot of orchestration going into this. I want to thank the deputies, Heidi Hansen, Shannon Anderson, and many others in our office and throughout the organization who have had involvement in this. I also want to preface by noting we haven't done something like this in a while. In fact, for me, we haven't done this because I've been here for a few years. And of course, we've had a global pandemic and a few other things happening in recent times. So I don't know how these events were orchestrated in the past, but I do know going forward, they need to be like this, or perhaps something we build upon in the future. Very simply, because It is an opportunity to recognize the wonderful accomplishments of this council. And it's never anything, of course, where we check boxes or reach a finish line. It is a continuous work in progress that we do. The councils, and they turn over every 4 years, mayors every 2 years. Obviously, there's a continuous shift in the faces at the dais, in the leadership that you bring to the dais. But the one thing that remains constant is the work that is done and the accomplishments that are made. So with the help of the deputies, we're going to attempt to recognize some of these accomplishments. We might take some liberties. Hopefully, we'll keep it light and keep it fun, as it should be. And this, Mayor, is something where I'm asking, I guess, for your indulgence in letting us run the show for the next several minutes or so, and then we'll kind of pass the proverbial gavel back to you, if that's okay.
Thank you, City Manager.
right.
Much obliged.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for this, and we look forward to it. Heidi? No.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you, City Manager Greg Clifton. So I'm Heidi Hansen, Interim Deputy City Manager, and I get the pleasure of speaking about Councilmember Regina Salas, and then followed by me will be Shannon Anderson, our Senior Deputy City Manager, and then Greg Clifton will end the ceremony. So to get started, Councilmember Regina Salas. She has offered 4 years of relentless service to our city. She started her service in 2018, and now it is 2022. I'm sure that just blew by. It is my absolute honor to be able to speak to you about you tonight and your accomplishments during this tenure. Councilmember Regina Salas has been a true leader. When it comes to the economic vitality of the city, she has done so much. Let's begin with her work to support the tourism industry. She worked ongoing to create relationships with other international cities by leading the formation of the Flagstaff Sister Cities Board and serves as a founding director promoting citizen diplomacy. She also led the council resolution asking Congress of the United States to ratify the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. As a council liaison to the Tourism Commission, she advocated to preserve state funding and the Arizona Office of Tourism to support Northern Arizona as a four-season destination, as noted in the state legislative priorities for 2001 and 2022. Thank you. We are a four-season destination. Her support of our Discover Flagstaff section as the Tourism Commission liaison was unprecedented, as she not only participated, but she also became an actual ambassador for all of our programming. She could easily be found reciting our campaigns, our designations, and more. She was a true cheerleader for our #1 economic sector. Her work didn't stop there. Her participation with the Flagstaff Pulliam Airport was something we all valued greatly. She was much as an advocate for additional service as I was and our airport director, Barney Helmick, and we can't thank you enough. She cared about our grant funding and lobbied to obtain $5 million in Federal Aviation Authority grants for snow removal and airport rescue firefighting equipment. We're using that now. And not to mention her support with our CARES Act funding. We can't thank you for what you've done to put that money into small businesses' hands and our tourism sector's hands. So thank you so much. Councilmember Salas's work in business attraction, retention, and expansion and workforce development was a labor of love. She worked to designate funding for staff to establish a business one-stop shop service. This service is a collaboration of several City of Flagstaff sections working to create an online portal and a boss service desk at City Hall for business resources and services from startups to business expansions. This idea is to simplify the process of business applications and other transactions. We are currently working on this, and there will be more to share with you soon. And don't worry, I will keep you abreast of everything that happens. She also always led efforts to invite and retain business in Flagstaff and Northern Arizona. She had a passion to advance manufacturing, bioscience, research and development, healthcare, education, brewing, our e-commerce, astronomy, and again, tourism in our city. She did this by supporting incentives for businesses, by connecting leaders to one another, and through thoughtful discussions on how to do smart growth. One of the areas that we are proud to recognize about her business advocacy was her desire to create a robust workforce. She did this by requesting funding and listening to our businesses and their many needs. She initiated a 3-year workforce development funding for preschool and early childhood development through supporting Launch Flagstaff, which we finally know now is Elevate Pre-K. She also sat on several boards related to workforce development and not only offered leads for our attraction efforts, thank you, but she offered solutions to hiring and housing our workforce. I know her work will continue in this area as she truly understands what it means to visit, discover, and grow in Flagstaff. Councilmember Salas adopted with the city's 2022 state and federal legislative priorities a social investment support legislation and funding to improve child care and early childhood education, as well as work to strengthen workforce development initiatives, including job training, internship, reskilling, apprenticeship programs, and housing of our workforce. She also led efforts in establishing the Northern Arizona Pipe Trades Apprentice Training Center in Flagstaff in partnership with Econa, Arizona at Work, Coconino County Workforce Development, and the UA Local 469. Councilmember Salas has been known to support our public safety teams, our police department and fire department teams. Thank you. She supported and sought the reinstatement and funding of the Weed and Seed program and the Neighborhood Watch. She's also an environment advocate where she led the inclusion to seek funding and partnership opportunities to protect and expand open space, parks, natural areas, trails, and our dark skies. When we were hit with the COVID pandemic, she acted by initiating and connecting Coconino County with a hotel to set up a quarantine, and connected Flagstaff Shelter Services with 3 hotels in setting up temporary shelters. And lastly, she represented the city and Metro Plan Greater Flagstaff in the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council as vice chair, which is a statewide collective of 11 metropolitan planning organizations and councils of government advocating for state and federal transportation and infrastructure funding to rural and greater Flagstaff. So, if I may quote you, with a kind and gracious heart, we thank you for your service to the city of Flagstaff and our community. And we have such a large room that I think that it's our turn to give you a heart back. So if you would join me. Thank you so much. And if I may add, Councilmember Salas, it's one thing to say again. Oh, everybody, we have to do it again. That was a photo that I just missed. I don't do it as good as she does, but. I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. We appreciate that. And Councilmember Salas, I just want to thank you. When you said you would show up, you showed up. When you said you would be on a commission meeting, you were at a commission meeting. And when you learned about us, you talked about us. So thank you. Your work was ongoing, and I could tell you read the packet. So thank you. Next up is Shannon Anderson.
Hey, before that, Councilman McCarthy would like to say a word.
Thank you. Regina, as you know, you and I and Mr. Aslan all serve on the Metro Plan, the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization, and I'm the chair of that organization. So on behalf of myself and the group, I want to thank you for your amazing service on Metro Plan. I was legitimately impressed with how much effort you put in as our RTAC, as we were just told, is Rural Transportation Advocacy Council. And the focus is on the word advocacy. You were a great advocate. You traveled all around the state to meetings. You went and lobbied the legislature, and you got us money. So If you got the money, honey, I got the time. All right, that just popped into my head. Anyway, thank you on behalf of Metro Plan.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. Yes, please. Yes. And Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and wow, Councilmember Salas. One thing that Heidi did mention that I thought you were going to was hashtags. I feel like Councilmember Salas was always on top of the hashtag game, and that definitely impressed me. So, anyways, Councilmember Salas, I'm very grateful for your service. It's been wonderful serving by your side, and I really appreciate all of your efforts. You know, workforce development, you know, you've been such a champion of, and I really appreciate that. Housing, transportation, navigating COVID, just to list a few. Councilmember Salas, you've served us with grace, passion, energy, creativity, and compassion. So you've always embraced Team Flagstaff and really championed our voices. So thank you, and I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Regina, for coming on to council with me and for these 4 years of leadership and companionship. You know, you will certainly be missed, but you definitely won't be forgotten. And as very well illustrated here, you're leaving behind a strong legacy of passion and commitment. And you've always been a role model to me for your work ethic and bringing yourself fully and wholly, not just mind, but body and soul to the table as well, every time we get together. You leave behind a very significant path for others to follow and a powerful example of how to go all in. And I just want to echo what Councilmember McCarthy said. I really appreciate your leadership and advocacy on RTAC. You put a lot of miles on your car and you put a lot of hours in doing that advocacy for us in front of the State Transportation Board over the years. And I think what I'm going to miss about you most of all is those rare moments when you break into song. That's not a prompt or anything. Thank you, Regina.
Thank you. And if I could top off the accolades. Councilmember Salas, I won't repeat many of which other council members have stated, as well as staff, on many accomplishments and how large of an impact you've had on our community. I will also state that through my time on council the last 2 years, you've helped me grow. You've helped me learn. You've helped to provide a unique voice, a unique perspective that has been needed and very much appreciated on your time here. And I just want to thank you from my heart for both the service to the public as well as on a personal level. So thank you so much. All right, with that, I think we're ready to move along.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, are you ready? No? Okay, take a deep breath. You can do it. I have the pleasure of talking about Councilmember Adam Shimoni, who has offered 4 years of relentless service to our city. He started his tenure in 2018, was the vice mayor for his first 2-year term, and then continued his work as council member until this year. Councilmember Shimoni is known as a true leader for sustainability and housing. His passion for keeping our city green, vibrant, clean, and viable for years to come is a passion that he's shared for years with all of us. He's helped to implement the CNP to declare a climate emergency, to work on what we call the big shift, the ATMP, and to create the Vision Zero priority shift that supports pedestrians and cyclists first on our roads. He's worked with our council to create funding for down payment housing assistance, declared a housing emergency, and negotiated with developers to build additional affordable housing units. He's also asked for a covered bike area or two. If all of that work isn't enough, he dealt with major pandemic, several forest fires, and several flooding occurrences. He's been a compassionate leader and one that always puts our community first. Councilmember Shimoni was a supporter and implementer of our care team, efforts of our CJCC, advocating for the approval of a regional detox center and long-term treatment center. He's also supported the need for a rescue vehicle funding for our Flagstaff Fire Department. He helped establish the Indigenous Commission Coordinator of Indigenous Initiatives position. The ICC at Thorpe, Indigenous Peoples Day, and a joint meeting with tribal partners. He's always elevated the needs and voices of our most vulnerable and was an advocate for better diversity and inclusion in everything the city does, hiring to outreach and representation. Some examples include supporting the Lived Black Experience, changing of Aspen Street name to W.C. Riles, diversity representation amongst city staff, and so much more. Councilmember Shimoni was helpful in paying off the city's pension liability and was on council during very challenging times when we had several interim city managers and assisted on hiring our current city manager, Greg Clifton, which has led to great stability for our organization. He's always maintained an ongoing open line of communication with the public by hosting numerous tours of City Hall with youth groups, coordinating NAU interns, speaking to many classes, and always responding to interview requests from students and local professionals. This all supported his core goal of creating a culture of engagement. Councilmember Shimoni has been supportive in all the organizational structural changes our city manager has implemented and embraced Team Flagstaff with better funding and became a champion for priority-based budgeting, as it will lead to more transparency and better communication with the public. And it goes without saying that Councilmember Shimoni has been a strong champion of utilizing current technologies to reach out to our citizenry, promoting social media platforms, videography, of course, and enhanced website access. During his leadership, we saw significant improvements to enhance public access to our city council meetings through hybrid and remote participation. For all of this, we thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, for all of your efforts over these past 4 years. You've truly made the city better, and I'm sure we're going to see you on YouTube.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Deputy City Manager Anderson. And thank you, Team Flagstaff, leadership, members of the community. I did prepare a few words, and I thought this might be the right time to jump in with those. Thank you, Mayor. And so here we go. This is a wild experience to be sitting with you all here today. It's hard for me to believe that this day has come, and my term is about done. It's been an absolute honor to serve Flagstaff in the role of a council member over the past 4 years. And I want to thank all the amazing people I've had the chance to work with. City leadership, staff, community members, the many partners, and of course, the mayor and the council, and the vice mayor, of course. We have achieved so much, and I'm so proud of our efforts. There is so much important work to be done in our community, and I'm so grateful for each of your efforts and partnerships. As many of you know, my background in local politics began back in 2012 when I woke up to the importance of local government and how disconnected we, the people, are from it. Local government is the first level of representation while also having the most direct impact on our lives. The power we as people have is greatest at the local level. Wouldn't you agree? But yet, not many of us take the time to really be involved, keep up on topics, attend meetings, go to budget hearings, join a commission, et cetera, et cetera. How many people does it take to influence a council decision up here? Does anybody know? One person, and I've seen it time and time again, and this council will attest to that. It takes one person to impact a decision, but yet often we're too caught up with national and state politics. All politics are local, and we the people have the power. With all this being true, often we don't engage. We don't focus locally. Having little to no real ability in the impact for change, we focus our time on national and state politics. So my goal has always been to help create a culture of engagement, waking people up to their power here in this building, at that podium, connecting their voices and ideas to the wonderful people doing their best to serve Flagstaff, all of us. Reflecting on this topic, I feel proud of where we've gotten. Is there more work to be done? Of course. A lot more work. But I think we have made some very significant strides, so thank you. People are awake, they're engaged, they're empowered, and the youth are leading the way. The youth are the ones most impacted by our efforts and decisions up here, and I'm grateful to see more engaging locally. Especially the shout out to the Gen Z for voting in this recent election cycle. Appreciate the waking up of the younger population. Serving as vice mayor and then as a council member has been an incredible experience. Often our city attorney Sterling will say that he doesn't wish this position upon anyone, but I want you to know that I wish this upon all of you. This is an amazing experience that will force you to grow, will force you to look at yourself in the mirror, will force you to face the things you don't want to face, and force you to expand your perspective. And it's an amazing experience that I've had the honor of having. But in all seriousness, it's been an incredible experience with real high moments and also some really low moments. Knowing that my term would come to an end has allowed me to see the topics that I care most about through. And I'm so grateful to staff, leadership, mayor and council, and the community for your support. I feel at peace, and I feel good about walking away at this point in my career and with the topics I care most about. Knowing that there has been momentum started and things are in place, and now all that's needed is follow up and follow through and accountability, and I will help with that part as a member of the public, for sure. I want everyone to know that I will not be a stranger around here, and although I might be stepping away from this mic, I will be utilizing that mic. My biggest challenge moving forward is going to be struggling with how to condense my comments to 3 minutes. That's going to be honestly my biggest challenge, and I think my council members will be grateful for that challenge and the growth that will be forced upon me. But again, in all seriousness, it's been an absolute honor working with all of you on behalf of the public, and I wish everyone well with all the hard work up ahead. I believe we are heading in a good direction, and we have the right people in the right places to do good things for our community. I look forward to the good things to come, and I look forward to having my Tuesdays back. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwimmer. Others? Councilmember Aslan.
You bet. Adam, man, you are a true believer, and I think that has made all the difference. You've made a believer out of me. I remember the first time I met you. It was at the Museum of Northern Arizona, and we were standing in this same room there, and you were so tall and intimidating. And then I got to know you. You are just such a sweetheart at heart, and I think one of the things that has made you so successful as a believer is your patience, and just the way that you treat others. We had a conversation one night about how you're water energy and I'm fire energy, and I'll never forget that long talk. It was a really nice eye-opening experience, and it put a lot of things into context for me. And I have learned so much from you over the past 4 years. First and foremost, that you can actually get things done around here. Your legacy on this council, in my mind, is going to be one of the most sustaining and largest felt of any council person in recent memory in Flagstaff, Arizona. The big shift would not have happened without you. It wouldn't have happened without your countless hours of conversations with staff, with leadership, just slowly wearing them down like water eroding the Grand Canyon. And I want you to know that I plan to take that vision of yours and carry it forward. I don't think you could have done the big shift alone, but it certainly wouldn't have happened without you. And I want to telegraph to staff and the public that I see the issues that you champion as continuing to be important, even though you're not physically here with us at the dais. And it would be my honor and privilege to continue that fight. And I just want you to know that I love you like a brother, and I'm just so impressed with your resolve and your fortitude. I'll speak for myself, I like to give you a hard time, but I know you can take it, and that's part of what's so neat about you and the dynamic that you bring. And I see that you have years of influence left, not only here at the Flagstaff level, but wherever you go and however high you decide to rise.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember McCarthy.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Well, I guess I have to disagree with Shannon. She said you provided 4 years of leadership. It's been more than that already. I remember that you started an organization, and refresh my memory. What was the name of that?
Speak Up, bridging the gap between local people and local politics.
All right, that says it all. So this is before you were on council. It was before I was on council 6 years ago. And I went to some of those meetings, and you encouraged a lot of people to get involved in city politics, watching city council meetings. And I think you planted the seed of new leadership in a lot of people. So you did that community outreach, but I'll end on just one word: friendship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Well, I'll just say this. Councilmember Shimoni, our bicycle infrastructure will never be the same since you came onto council. Your work on the ATMP and your work in civic engagement, videos, different methods of communications will always be remembered and will always have an impact on our community. And I am thankful for your time on here. On many levels, but in particular on those two regards that you will forever be remembered on. So, thank you. All right. With that.
Thank you, everybody. It means a lot to me. I so appreciate all the beautiful, kind words and everything shared. I so appreciate it. Thank you.
Your time's up.
3 minutes.
This is great. Thank you. Thank you, council members, mayor. I'm going to continue in this little tag team thing, which is working quite well. I want to note any reference to hiring the city manager did not come from me. Yeah, that was from other sources, but I will say the thing with the heart, that was my idea. And moments of creativity in my life are rather scarce, and when they happen, I take full credit. So I would like to shift gears and talk about our mayor, Paul Deasy. We do have a script, and we worked hard on this, but I'm going to deviate a bit from script here and suggest that our esteemed city attorney join me, and we'll work through this script, but I would very much welcome your comments, Sterling, to join those of myself as we honor our mayor. Mayor Paul Deasy has offered, and you don't have to worry, there's a script here to follow.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've seen it. I'll do the best I can.
He's offered 2 years of service to the city as our mayor. He started his tenure in 2020, has led the city through some challenging times, to say the least, and has had successful results all the while. I'm happy to be here today to share his accomplishments with you. enter. Yeah, no, thank you. Don't go too far. When you think of true leadership, you think of Mayor DC and his efforts regarding emergency management these past couple of years, where he had to declare 5 states of emergency due to flooding and fires, both in 2021 and this past year. He took it upon himself to create volunteer efforts that he not only personally participated in himself, but rallied others to come out and show their love for their neighbors and fellow community members. To note, he rallied 120 volunteers for flood response during the Raphael fire. He rallied 120 volunteers for flood response. During the Raphael fire, he rallied 60 volunteers to clear fuels in University Heights and Kachina Village. Seems like a long time ago. He also diverted bulky trash pickup to the neighborhood, and it needs to be noted that the mayor's participation in these volunteer efforts was more than just orchestration. He was continuously visible in the impacted neighborhoods and throughout the community, rolling up his sleeves and working hard to place sandbags or stuffing the bus with donated food side by side with community volunteers. And I'll note frequently with his family by his side, both his wife and his kids. So it's always been a tremendous effort out there on site in the community. You want to take the next one, Sterling?
Absolutely. So Mayor DC was also out front and center on COVID, where he collected and distributed over 250,000 masks to the community. He was also instrumental in getting truckloads of pre-filled sandbags donated to the neighboring communities impacted by the floods. Before I go to the next slide, which is what it says on the script, I do want to say, having been involved with the mayor through all of those points in COVID, he truly cares about this community, and he showed that.
Please.
Mayor DC was an advocate for the city's care team. He wanted to ensure that calls for police would be minimized. He was helpful in minimizing the calls to only 1% of them escalating to the need for police. While still in its infancy, the CARE program is off to a very successful start and is quickly proving to be a valuable resource to our community.
Ready to pick it up for a bit?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I would echo that. The CARE program has been amazing, and can't wait to see how it progresses through the years. Mayor DC also worked to establish and lobby for more stormwater infrastructure dollars. I'm going to give some numbers here. He helped with the following, pretty impressive. $14 million for Spruce Wash pre-bond. $26 million for Spruce Wash with the passage of Proposition 441, which passed by well over 70%, I think close to 75%, which in the realm of elections and municipal elections is phenomenal. $32.5 million for the downtown mile. That was huge. That was recent news. Seems like we were just celebrating that, and we were. That was news in September of this year. $2.4 million for the Pipeline Fire West detention basins and equipment. And important to note that our first flood that project went into completion. Starting in our first flood of this year, it was completed within 3 months' time. Unprecedented. Want to take the next one?
Sure. He was particularly passionate with our nurses' recognition, and he distributed keys to the city for their efforts and sacrifice. He also recognized many in our community through monthly proclamations, many monthly proclamations, hosted groups, our youth, and more at the chambers so they could share their work, ideas, and much more. Mayor DC loves the dark skies, astronomy, and everything our lunar legacy in Flagstaff is about. He worked along our Discover Flagstaff team and other partners to continue to share our lunar legacy efforts, as well as advocate for rover training and the launch of Artemis 1 with NASA. And by the way, to get it named Flagstaff, did you succeed?
I'm working on it. They're about a year and a half out before naming the rover, but I bug them every other week to name it the appropriate name of Flagstaff for the moon.
I love it.
In addition, and on the subject of dark sky, it goes without saying that Mayor Deasy worked steadfastly and in collaboration with both Lowell Observatory and our Naval Observatory, iconic institutions to this community. And last, but certainly not least, the mayor's legacy contribution perhaps to this community may very well be his involvement to help close the funding gap and solidify the relationship with the Army Corps of Engineers and the BNSF Railroad related to the Rio Flag Project. I got to stop and offer a big round of applause here. I think we could spend the next hour talking about that accomplishment as it's been on the table for a couple of decades now, and to be a part of seeing it to the finish line. I say that a little bit loosely. We have not put shovels in the ground yet, but that time will come. And when that happens, when we get to put those shovels in the ground, Mayor, you'll be there. You'll be front line. So thank you.
Okay.
All right. Mayor Deasy, thank you for your service to the city of Flagstaff and to the community, and for always getting the party started. Thank you, Sterling. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated. This has been a great tag team approach, and it's going to continue. I would like to have Rose Tohi, our Indigenous coordinator, join us up front. She has a few words to say here. Rose?
Yate Mayor and Council, good afternoon, greetings to all of you tonight, or this afternoon. Sha'e yahai tachini no da'an shlido ken la chitni bashichin, ashkazo da shinaldo ashin da shiche. Ado ot a'e yahai astaninshla. So those are my four clans, my mom's clan, my father's clan, and both my paternal and maternal grandfather's clan is who I am. Thank you for this time. I'm Rose Tohi. I'm the coordinator for Indigenous initiatives with the city of Flagstaff. So I have members of the Indigenous Commission and also the community here today. We would like to take a little bit of time to express our gratitude and to speak your name in this precious sacred place, here on the lap of our sacred mountain, Dok O Aslid. Paul Deasy, Adam Shimoni, and Regina Salas. We hope our sacred mountain hears your name and continues to bless you. And we pray that. Ahihat to all of you for your support and working with our Indigenous communities and our community members. We all agree that much still needs to be done. However, you have been among those who started the walk with us. We also express gratitude to prior council members who uplifted our voices as well. But each of you have contributed, and gratitude is extended. May blessings visit upon each of you. As most Indigenous nations are matrilineal, we honor our women first. So, Councilmember Salas, would you please step forward? I also want to call up Ms. Tutsi up here. She has been with the care team from the very beginning, and she is representative of that. So I want her to give the gift to Regina, to Councilman Salas for us. And I think hearing your personal story also connected you with us to our people. And so we offer you this pottery and also the turquoise heart necklace. The heart is for all the love you always give. So go ahead. After this, we go to the next eldest member. Mayor Deasy, would you please step forward?
I think I got like 3 months on you, Shimoni.
In the old days, to honor a person, appreciation was bestowed through buffalo robes, buckskin, and furs. In modern times, it is done through blankets and various special honoring items. So Dorothy Gishi, our community member, will put the robe on you to signify this honor. Thank you, Mayor Deasy, for all you've done for us. So what Dorothy's asking Mayor to do is to inhale the essence of this gift. And that is to thank the holy people for the blessings. Okay, so now we come to the baby. Councilmember Shimoni, would you please step forward? We also offer you this pottery and a bracelet made of buffalo hide with coins of an indigenous person and some buffaloes. The buffalo represents abundance and to respect the abundance. So Commissioner Fontoya will give you the gifts. We give gratitude for being our Indigenous Commission Council liaison. I'll have to measure your wrist and punch some holes in there for you, so we'll do that later. Also want to say that both the potteries have horses painted on them with our indigenous homelands in the background. Connection to land is important. Horses were and are blessings from the holy ones. They also represent our journey, both physical journey and journey through time. So may your journey from here to be one that's filled with blessings. Continue your good work for the people. Personally speaking, you are all part of my kinship circle. Thank you, and yeah.
Thank you so much. Did you recognize us? Okay. Thank you.
Bless you. Well, that was wonderful. It's the end of the script, but it's not the end of the program. And Mayor, you told me I could have the gavel for a bit, so I think our next segment would be to offer comments to you from your colleagues. You've heard from staff. Thank you, Sterling, for joining me up here. Collaborative words from all of us, but I want to open it up for discussion before we take a motion. Just kidding. No motions here, but Mayor, I will start by saying it's been an honor. It really has, and you brought great leadership to the community. Sitting in your seat is not an easy deal, so thank you for what you've done. It's been greatly appreciated.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember.
Well, Mayor, I often start out, thank you, Mayor. So I'll say that again, thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment on your enthusiasm. You just have amazing enthusiasm for the things that matter, not to you, but the things that matter to the community, and I really appreciate that. As was pointed out in the presentation, you're always there. It doesn't matter if it's fires or if it's floods or whatever, you were there. I remember one time I went out moving sandbags, you were there. So, and I'd like to say that you've grown a lot since you've been on council as a mayor for 2 years. And I'm curious to see what you're going to do next. I'm sure it will be something worthwhile, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. First of all, thank you, staff, for that beautiful presentation, and to Rose, Dorothy, and Fawn. Very, very emotional and powerful. But Mayor, that was a beautiful presentation and ceremony that was offered on your behalf, and gratitude to your leadership. Hard to believe it's only been 2 years. You know, you've really done a lot for our community, and I think we're all grateful. You hit the ground running when you got elected, and you never turned back. You were just forward the whole way through. I've appreciated your concern for our community and for those who don't always have a voice. Your leadership through seeing through the Real to Flag was huge. And one topic that I was extremely concerned about, not sure how that was going to end, but you stepped up to the plate, you took the task at hand, and you saw it through. And you did it with grace, with power, and with control. And I think we're only where we're at today because of your leadership there. That's 25 years in the making. That was a big shoes to fill, and you filled those shoes. You were a champion of the care team, and I'm so grateful for that. You embrace culture with a special focus on Indigenous initiatives, and that also means a lot to me. And of course, broadband. And every time I was cheering you on, but we would not have been taking the steps we are taking in regards to broadband if it wasn't for your leadership and you championing that. On the topic of flooding, you stepped up to the plate and you provided for our community in every way you could. And even when I was done, I was burnt out, I needed a summer break, and I felt like I had to be there. Knowing that you and Vice Mayor were out there, I knew I could sit back. So I really appreciate that, and I respect that, and I'm grateful for that. You were often a supporter of things that I worked on and cared about, so I want to say thank you. And then lastly, your social media was next level. I was blown away at your ability to reach the public and have a message go viral in ways I've never seen locally. So I might have been working on it for longer, but you took it to a level I've never reached. So that was very impressive, and I'd like to pick your brain about that sometime. But lastly, the accessibility that you provide to the public. You offered open hours at Wheeler Park, and you bring your guitar. You were a accessible mayor that was approachable, and I think the community appreciates that and deserves that. So thank you for that. I'll miss working with you and the council, and I'm grateful for the time we've had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Essa.
Paul, if I may, thank you. I just really want to take a moment to wish you and your family all the very best moving forward. I have no doubt you'll hit the ground running on your next endeavors. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, too, that, it's my personal feeling that there was no one else on this council more aligned with my own policy positions and priorities and political values than you, Mayor. And so I'm going to miss your strong and smart advocacy. Your intelligence is razor sharp. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And your insights will be missed deeply during the policy conversations we have moving forward. I will feel your absence. And I want to mention too, I don't know if we ever talked about this, but you taught me a lot during our first campaign that we did together for council 4 years ago. I watched you very closely, and I learned a great deal of wonderful things about how to run a campaign, how to present myself to the public, how to think about issues, and how to hone policy. And I don't know if I ever thanked you for that, but I want to do so here now. And finally, just to acknowledge again, the legacy that you're going to leave behind, without a doubt, the biggest one is going to be the continuation of the Rio de Flag project. From the bottom of my heart, I deeply am grateful for you picking up that mantle and running with it. It's not a given. It's not something that was necessary for the next mayor to take on, but for it to succeed, it was necessary for the mayor to take it on. And you really hit the ball out of the park there. And just all your elbow grease is real. The efforts, the passion were just very noticeable. And finally, I could mention broadband, but I actually think your work on the CARE project is even more worthy of putting forward. Again, as with the big shift, I don't know that would have carried through without you. So give yourself a real pat on the back for that. It's an amazing legacy, and we'll keep fighting forward to make sure that grows and becomes something worthy of the vision that you have had in mind during these 2 years in office, and so the thing that the community is demanding. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Essa. All right. With that,
Oh, we're not finished, Mayor.
uh-oh.
Yeah, but we're close. But the next thing we want to do is equally as meaningful as the narratives we've been sharing and the narratives you've all heard from each other. What a wonderful event. I think we'll continue this into the future. It's very appropriate, frankly, to see this occur at the end of the term. And so thanks for being a part of it. We're going to ask the 3 departing council members to come on down to the bench here and face the jury in front of you. Can I be joined by Shannon and Heidi? They're heading up front. Great. Come on down and put yourselves front and center, because I think at the end of this, we would like to have some photographs taken. Being presented to you are some just mementos, a small recognition, a small gift rather, but the recognition is rather huge, is the way I should say it. Photographs that represent our community, of course, and something that we hope you can take with you along with all the wonderful narrative you've heard tonight and all the great memories that you have and will continue to have going forward of what you did for this community over the past term. And as I mentioned before, and it's worth stating again, there's no finish line in this business. It's a continuum. It's a journey that we all get to be a part of. And, the thing to note is what we're able to do along that journey. And thank you for the many good marks you've left for the Flagstaff community on this journey. Thank you. All right, everybody, 1, 2, 3. One more for good measure. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. We can leave while you three are here. We have the other ready for another photo. Council members. There's everybody. Very good, Jim. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Real quick, I just wanted to thank everyone for being here and so much to our staff and everyone for putting this on. And through all those accomplishments and everything else, it was all teamwork. It all took so many people over so many years before even this council even occurred. Things were in the works, and I'm so happy that we were able to accomplish, move the needle forward, and see the progress for the city of Flagstaff. And a large part of that, I will say, is not only my fellow council members, but our city staff, who are honestly the ones who get the work done and who have stepped up to the plate time and time again amidst the crises, amidst day-to-day operations, whatever it may be. And I just am very thankful and grateful to everyone, from council to our staff, to everyone I've been able to work with the last 2 years, as well as all those in the past, council members and staff who've continued to progress our city forward. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that continues to progress onto future councils. So, thank you. Oh, hey, Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor, and as always, you have your support by your side. That's a nice touch. That was not scripted. Next, we have a video. I'm just kidding, council member. Frankly, once you're gone, we're not doing videos anymore. Yeah,
So rude.
not part of the legacy. We have a slideshow and I think a little bit of music. Stacy, take it away. Now we're done.
Thank you, Clifton. All right. Without further ado, we're on to the other very important recognitions for this evening, our city manager
Mr. Mayor,
awards.
I'd like to offer a few
Yes,
words.
please. Councilmember Salas.
To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. So this morning I woke up with the Ecclesiastes song. There's a season and time for everything under heaven. I would offer this poetry from one of my favorite authors. For every sunset, there's a sunrise. For every dream that ends, one is born. For every door that closes, another one opens. For every love that ends, another begins. For every end, there is a new beginning. For each departure, there is an arrival. For every defeat, there is a victory. Nothing is ever finished as long as there is life. Paulo Coelho. I want to take this moment just to articulate my profound, immense gratitude for having had the chance to serve our community as a council member. First, I'd offer my gratitude to the past mayor, Coral Evans, former Vice Mayor Jamie Willen, and former council member Charlie Odegaard, all of whom have been my mentor and have been great friends. Gratitude to everyone on Team Flagstaff, past city manager and current city manager, and every member of Team Flagstaff who have had the chance to work with face-to-face and hand in hand on many programs and activities that we've had. Also on the commissions that I've served, the Tourism Commission, the Airport Commission, Parks and Rec Commission, as well as my service to the Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona Advisory Board and Metroplan Greater Flagstaff. I have been raised, in a third world country, developing country, where nothing was ever handed to us and everything was a struggle. However, I have been inculcated growing up, with my family and friends, and especially my grandmother and my dad, has always instilled this fire in my heart and in my soul, to offer my time, talent, and treasure to lift up a neighbor, a friend, a family member, a community, and humanity. I do want to offer a couple of advice. First of all, Council Member Shomoni, to stick to a three-minute public comment. Keep it at 375 words. It's 125 words a minute. The ladies of council, Vice Mayor Sweet and Kara House, I will always miss. I will always treasure and miss our ladies of council bonding of session. And my classmates on council, Council Member Shimoni and Council Member Aslan, it has been a wild ride. Through, just going through our first year, hiring a new city manager, adopting priority-based budget, and then COVID happened, and it's So it's Council Member McCarthy. You have always been a mentor to me, and I always look up to your leadership, your attention to detail. So I will miss your leadership and friendship. Mayor, we have gone a long way since the first we met over 4 years ago at the campaign trail running for council. And we have developed a unique friendship in the last year, and I will cherish that and hope to continue with that friendship. Yeah. And thank you so much for everyone who shared their hearts. I wish to give you all a piece of my heart, so I brought with me Godiva heart-shaped chocolates. So I'll hand them later. Indulge me. I will quote another author of a favorite author of mine, Ralph Waldo Emerson. To laugh often and much, to win the respect of intelligent people and the affection of children, to earn the appreciation of honest critics and endure the betrayal of false friends, to appreciate beauty, to find the best in others, to leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition. To know even one life has breath easier because you have lived. This is to have succeeded. From my grateful heart to each one of you, thank you. And I will be around.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Anything further until we go to the next agenda item? All right, we are down to agenda item 6, our city manager awards.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're going to stay with the positive vibe here and the recognition that's going on and turn it a little bit more inward to the organization. And we very deliberately set this for tonight's agenda because, frankly, we wanted this council, the currently seated council, to be a part of this celebration and recognition. And we'll do this again next year and the year after. These employee recognitions have been profoundly important for us. There are so many things that give our employees the charge and the initiative and the feel-good about working for this organization, Team Flagstaff. One of those important things is employee recognition, and throughout the year, I think we do a lot in that regard, and never enough. And you hear about this every time we do the work anniversaries, which is during the work sessions. You hear about it in the manager's report, where we highlight the heroic events of our firefighters and police, all of the wonderful things that are happening in this organization. We try to articulate those on an ongoing basis, not just for you, but for the community that we all serve. But once a year, we get to take it to a higher level and offer up these awards. And it's fun doing so. And this one is kind of organic in that it's coming from within the organization. This is not derived from the city manager's office, even though we have the city manager's moniker on this. This is coming from within the organization. This is colleagues recognizing the accomplishments of their fellow colleagues. I have a script, apparently. This was my intro to the scripted part. So I want to start by saying thanks to the city staff, the family and friends that are present today to recognize and help us celebrate some of the excellent individuals we are lucky enough to have working with this organization. I'll note that all employees of the city of Flagstaff strive to provide excellent customer service in the programs and service that they provide to each other and to our community. But as noted a moment ago, there are some employees that go beyond the city's expectation and have accomplishments that deserve to be called out once a year. The extraordinary service delivery, the customer satisfaction, all of these attributes that we feel are important to recognize. Congratulations to all of the City Managers Award winners on your hard-earned success in showing how we achieve making the city better by providing service at a higher elevation. I want to quickly go over how we will recognize the awardees this afternoon. We will call out the nomination for the individual or group recipients, and we will share some information about the reason that they were nominated for this award. We're then going to give the awardee or a representative of the group, if applicable, the opportunity to share a comment or two, a little bit like what we just did with you, Council and Mayor. After all the award recipients have been introduced and provide a comment, we will at that time take a moment for a collective applause for everybody. And then I understand that after this wonderful event, we're going to take a break and have a little bit of a reception here and keep things kind of light, and then we'll reconvene, Mayor, and you can bring us back into city business. Do I operate the slides? No, they're going to operate. Next slide. Yeah, this is good. There are 3 levels in the City Manager's Excellence Awards. The first level is the Oak Award. There is an award given for each value of the city to an individual or group who stood out when providing one of the city's values. After the Oak Award, the next highest award is the Aspen Award, again provided for an individual or group who is outstanding for each specific value that will be articulated. And then finally, the pinnacle of the celebration here is the highest of the City Manager's Employee Excellence Awards. And that one just goes to one single employee, not a group, but just one employee who exemplifies the mission and values of the city to an extraordinary degree. The values that I'm speaking of have been long embraced by our city organization, which create the framework for the City Manager's Excellence Awards each and every year, consisting of the following attributes: accountability, communication, quality, leadership, and teamwork. This year, the City Manager's Office received 31 nominations and read through each to evaluate who would be recognized as this year's award recipients. Today, we will recognize 7 individuals and 4 groups to be awarded. I will present the awards along with the Deputy City Manager, Shannon Anderson, and Acting Deputy City Manager, Heidi Hansen. I want to note that much effort went into this, similar to the last recognition that we had. I'll call out Chris Rohde for his involvement in helping with the awards and many others. What is double-sided? Oh, you have got to be kidding. Yeah. Thank you. I haven't missed anything yet, frankly, because we're ready to start with the awards. The deputies, are we ready? Yes. Okay. Why don't the 3 of us gather up here?
Sounds pretty great. Should we turn this around?
Yeah. Yeah, similar to having Sterling up here, I'm comforted by having people at my side. And it's always a horror, especially in front of a big audience, when somebody tells you that there's something on the other side of the page that you just read. That said, I am on the right page here. We are going to kick this thing off. And as I mentioned, thank you, Chris. We'll go through all of these. We'll have people come up. We'll have some comments shared. And then we're going to try to wait till the end to do applause. We'll see how that works. Let's just say if applause breaks out, it breaks out, and we're cool with that. So we'll start out at the Oak level. And the first one is mine, and then I'm going to turn it over to Shannon and then Heidi. We're going to do this in tag team, and we'll try to do this in rapid succession here, but we want to give it the attention that it's due. The first Oak Award is for teamwork. The lead team that put the 10-year housing plan together, adopted by council in February of this year, took on a daunting task and conducted a thorough and collaborative process in doing so. This inclusive process resulted in a plan being presented to the City Council for approval with buy-in that frankly was already reached from the numerous people and groups who have a stake in the housing in Flagstaff, and we have a lot of interest groups who fall under that category. It was not an easy task, the 10-year plan. It's been in the works for a while. Additionally, the plan contains realistic action items to address the housing emergency that was declared by council in December of 2020. Leah Bloom was the lead staff person who coordinated the process and wrote the plan. Justina, who uses a Y in her name, Justina Costa, oversaw the process. She was involved in every outreach effort and was critical in reviewing the plan through the creative process. Jennifer Michelson greatly assisted with the data research and the analysis. Adriana Fisher coordinated the community outreach process and assisted in the review in the draft plan documents. So I'd like to call up the 10-year housing plan team to join us. While they're coming up, I will ad-lib a little bit here and note. We had the emergency declaration, we had the 10-year plan. All of these things have culminated in what was approved by this community just a month ago with the passage of Proposition 442. We will now see action being implemented in the years to follow. So not only is this a wonderful plan and a good embodiment of teamwork, but we have real tangible results that will benefit this community to show for it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The housing section is incredibly grateful, and this could not have been done without the involvement of every single department here at the City of Flagstaff, council support, and of course, our wonderful Flagstaff community. So thank you so much.
All right, so this next award is the Oak Award for Quality, and this goes to the House of Jacks. So congratulations to you all. At a time when national recruitment numbers for firefighters are at an all-time low, a group of Flagstaff firefighters took it upon themselves to create the House of Jacks mentoring program. This group helps prospective firefighters learn about the Flagstaff Fire Department, their culture, and mission. They guide apprentice members through the process of becoming a firefighter here in Flagstaff. They pass on the rich traditions of this fire service and lead apprentice members into becoming the best version of themselves. In the final interviews for the position of firefighter, several of these candidates have cited their time with the House of Jacks as adding to their desire to work for the Flagstaff Fire Department and contributing to the preparation for this position. For these reasons, we recognize David Ortiz, Jake Earl, Matt Smyers, Nick Ondrachek, and Will Ganola by presenting them with the Aspen Award for Quality. Oak Award for Quality.
I didn't know I was supposed to say anything. Just like a lot of things in Flagstaff, this was a grassroots movement. There's a culture in the fire service that we solve problems at the kitchen table. And this came about because of COVID. COVID closed our doors and made it so it was really hard for people to come and spend time with us. And as everybody knows, a fire station, a firehouse is our house a third of the time, but it's also the public's house. Anytime somebody knocks on that door, it's an honor for us to serve the public. And what I'll say is we have a culture in the fire service that we live our interview. I've been on the job for 17 years, and one of the things I said in my interview was just what's written on these posters back here. I want to make this place better than it was when I got here. And this group of guys sat at the kitchen table and thought this thing up, and I just stood there and watched. I said, how can I help? And that's one of the things that we talk about at my station is the phrase, how can I help, means so much. It means so much to the person that you're saying it to, and it means so much for us to be able to serve the community. So the House of Jacks is cool. It's given all of us a new purpose in serving the community. And what we want to do is raise good human beings. We don't care if they get hired at Flagstaff Fire Department. Matter of fact, this whole thing is a regional focus. We're trying to get people hired in this region. We want them to see how this is the best job that anybody could ever have. I'm sorry, cool job here too, but so we still have the best one. So my hat goes off to these 4 guys who have invested in the community, invested in people that are interested in our job, and shown them how cool it is. So, guys, thanks.
We'll get one with them later.
Thank you. Okay. The next Oak Award is for leadership. And this award goes to Patrick Brown. Patrick Brown is tasked with handling all of the purchasing for the city, even as his team has dwindled to small numbers. Isn't that a nice way to say that he is sorely understaffed? While the projects keep rolling in, Patrick continued to build those around him to be the best they could be. It doesn't matter the amount of work or size of the project, his ability to instill confidence in his team has allowed them to keep moving forward. Thank you, Patrick, for your leadership and for taking my calls and emails.
I think I still owe you a few. Like the saying goes, you're only as good as your staff. The only reason I have this is because I have a phenomenal staff. I wouldn't be half the leader I am today without them, but I am so honored to be awarded this. I'm surprised, too, that I got awarded this. I thought I was going to be part of a group, but very pleasant to get this, and I'm honored. Thank you.
I'm just checking to see what the other side of the page says. Let's get rid of it. Greg, you're up.
See how that works. The next Oak Award goes to communications. And this one goes to Scott Klotz. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Yeah, thank you. Scott Klotz has gone above and beyond in his position as meter technician with his fellow workers and with our customers in the community. When he makes contact with the customer, he will take extensive time to talk with the customer, show them about the meter and how it works, walking the property with them, giving suggestions on what could be causing high consumption. He even takes extra steps to reach customers who may not be full-time residents so that they can discuss whether water should be shut off to the property to avoid any more damage, just in case something may be leaking inside the home. This is hugely important. So Scott, are you here to join us? He's sick today. I'm sorry to hear that. Scott is home ill today, but that's not going to stop us from giving him a big round of applause here. Thank you.
Okay, the next Oak Award is for accountability, and this will go to Emily Markle. I absolutely love this picture of you, Emily. Emily Markle took on quite a workload burden when 2 senior purchasing positions became vacant. Other than the purchasing director, Emily is the only senior buyer able to process formal solicitations and complex procurements. Generally, this work is done by 4 senior buyers, and Emily is performing the duties of 2 to 3 of those 4 senior buyers. Along with the heavy workload, Emily has also taken on the role of acting purchasing manager, responsible for the day-to-day operational needs of the purchasing staff. She is also on the fleet committee and greatly assists the purchasing director, Patrick, with emergency procurements during the summer floods. While fulfilling these roles, she has demonstrated a high level of accountability and has gotten the reputation of being a solid team player with any procurement she touches. Thank you, Emily, for such hard work this year.
So most of you know my vernacular, and I'll be very cautious with this. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to step up. I always wanted to do more for my city, my community, and my team. And this year, I was afforded that. So I thank you, Patrick, and I can't do any of this without the entire staff for the city of Flagstaff. So thank you.
Greg, you're back up.
That's great.
It's going to be 2 pages.
You gotta be kidding.
No, I guess it's just that one.
Oh, yeah. I actually asked to take this one, not so much out of personal interest, but because it's something that I had the opportunity to witness firsthand and saw the many amazing actions by several employees. We're going to have a little bit of a group here, so maybe I'll offer my comments, and then we'd like all of you to get up here so we can honor you properly and have a few words. This one is not scripted. The Dortha flood mitigation project happened, actually it's been happening over a couple of years now, but it came to culmination this year with a lot of effort. We all know about the flood events out off the Dortha, in the Dortha area, the Spruce Wash in particular. And I don't have to offer a lot of elaboration about that. It's been very visible to the community. I think what has not been so visible is all the work and collaboration that has gone into the mitigation work that started some time ago. Of course, I'm speaking in addition to all the efforts that we heard about earlier with the sandbags and the community volunteer efforts, which have been amazing, truly amazing. But now we're talking about the projects that will work immediately and into the future to help mitigate flood events, not to stop them from occurring, but to lessen their impact. And that is just so profoundly important for our residents out there in Sunnyside and neighboring areas. The remarkable thing about the mitigation that occurred this year is the expediency by which it occurred and the collaboration and partnerships that came together to make it happen. Very seldom in this business do large projects occur without a lot of planning and procurement and engineering and capital planning, 5-year plans, 10-year plans, and so on and so forth. That's generally the realm in which we operate. But we did not have that opportunity here with the urgency of these improvements and the fact that the flooding was having continuous impact. And it's not the end of the projects that will be occurring, but it's a wonderful start. The flood mitigation projects that occurred this year specifically included work within the Dortha channel improvements, significant improvements to a drainage channel that frankly has been left somewhat dormant for decades. And that was never designed to accommodate the flows that we are now seeing in these flood events. Along with that, a related or companion project was the Killip School Detention Basin, which was never on the planning table. It came about through good, creative thinking, engineers putting their heads together, trying to figure out the many pieces to this puzzle, trying to figure out how to make these improvements work over time. We worked in tandem with the FUSD, the Flagstaff Unified School District, on that project. They had a new school they were building. Along with that school was a couple of competitive sports fields. We saw the opportunity to see those fields work in more than the capacity of competitive sports and serve potentially as detention basins when needed. And in collaboration with the school district and its leadership, we put together a program that came together within not years, but months. No funding had been in place for that. We did not have a plan. We just had a lot of people with a lot of desire and focus and ambition. So those are the projects that have occurred, and as I mentioned, it's the start of a long, long journey, but it deserves special attention here. And I don't mind at all giving you the narrative that I just did, but I can't impress upon you enough how amazing it is that these projects came together in the short time frame that they did. So I'd like to call up members of the Dortha Flood Mitigation Team: Gary Miller, Ed Schenk, Christine Cameron, Bryce Doty, who I think is home with a new baby, but we want to recognize him just the same, Adam Mealy, Kevin Finsel, Scott Overton, Trevor Henry, Ben Jones, and Doug Slover.
You know, thank you. I think on behalf of this team, frankly, we did have a good year, and I think the takeaway really is the compassion for our residents in the Spruce Avenue wash, and post-wildfire flooding has been real. It's been impactful. We dealt with Pipeline West this last year as well, but credit to this team getting started. We've involved literally dozens more city staff. We're just getting started. We've got a good 3-year book of work coming up that's going to be pretty impressive to deliver, and I only count on this team and the rest of the team that can deliver it. And Mr. Clifton said it well, and these couple projects really started off strong, but I think they set the tone and what we have to come in the next 3 years through Spruce Wash. Credit to the voters for giving us the support and the confidence to deliver these projects and these improvements. Post-wildfire flood mitigation is going to be with us for a while, but this group's committed to seeing them through, and I hope we're in a much, much better place as a community in a couple of years. So thank you. We appreciate the recognition and great work by all of our teams.
Okay. Next is the Aspen Award for Quality, and this goes to Sean Armour. Sean Armour has been a major player in the police department IT transition. Sean has established a new after-hours on-call support system complete with shift rotations and software to automate after-hours contact. Not only did she build the system from the ground up, wow, but she also put herself on the first rotation and built documentation for the rest of the IT team on what to expect and how to solve common problems. Sean has shown that she will go above and beyond time and again. We value her on our IT team, and I can tell you that her director, CJ Perry, shared with me a lot about what Sean has done to help the police department on this transition, and so I too want to thank Sean for all of her work. Is Sean in the room today? Come on down.
Thank you, everyone. So greatness doesn't ever exist in a vacuum. I have my entire IT team behind me, supporting me the entire way. I specifically want to mention and celebrate Adam Zwepty and Dale Williams and Alan Church. They work with me side by side day after day and are my right and left hand. I also want to thank my family for supporting me through all of this. And I can't impress enough upon this room and our community of Flagstaff how awesome our public safety departments are. Without their support and their understanding and kindness, it couldn't have been done the way that it was. So thank you, everyone.
All right, so this next award is the Aspen Award for Leadership. We will be recognizing Ms. Sarah Dar. During the award year, Sarah has led our housing on a number of major initiatives. Her team led a community effort to write and adopt the 10-year housing plan, respond to numerous funding opportunities, and guide council decisions, engage and mature the Housing Commission, and support the housing bond question. Sarah completed a reorganization which was multiple years in the works. She successfully implemented the reorganization and has seen key positions in the Housing Authority filled, including a new maintenance supervisor and team members. Sarah's always thinking about how to move the section forward, deliver services more efficiently, use funding wisely, which all results in helping more residents of Flagstaff. Her hard work has resulted in permanent affordable units that would not be delivered without her skill, ability, and dedication. More people have housing in Flagstaff because of Sarah Dar, and she is the city's Aspen Awardee for Leadership. Congratulations, Sarah.
Oh, by myself? I was waiting for Shannon. We're doing the dance. It's weird to stand there and listen to people say nice things about you when you really feel that it's your team that has those accomplishments rather than you as the leader. I'm incredibly honored to be nominated and to receive it, but Patrick stole my comment, which is you're only as good as the team surrounding you. And I don't know if you've met the housing folks, but they're pretty phenomenal, and it is a pleasure to work with them and to work with City Council to bring more accomplishments to our community. Thank you.
One-sided next year. This is like stressing me out. Just kidding, Chris. All right, the next award is the Aspen Award for Communication, and I am super stoked about this one. When we looked at several awards that came in for efforts that people did to help with recruitment for the city of Flagstaff, we decided that we couldn't just recognize one team or one individual, so we are recognizing a group of individuals and some other teams that have done some things separately, but it all has gotten us more employees. This group of communication experts really worked hard on several levels of recruitment this past year. Part of the group displayed major teamwork while creating a quality campaign for our organization. This campaign included several aspects of media: print, digital, website, social, and video. They spent months, I'm talking months, creating the advertising headlines, having photography shoots with our own employees, developing video content, and much, much more. This team not only maintains the media assets, but they also are working with Flagstaff Business News to sponsor a now hiring section that offers discounted ads to all businesses who are hiring. This collaboration not only shows that the city of Flagstaff values hiring our own positions, but realizes that the economy of our community is contingent of putting all people to work. This group met weekly for over a year and continues to do so to ensure we brand the city of Flagstaff as a cool place to work with cool people. I'd like to also thank many other staff that offered to be in our videos and photographs so we could use our real team in the media that our outward and inward-facing people see. The other part of our communication team comes from work that was done to recruit our police department and work done to do salary calculations for new employees. Officer Kim served on the police department's first ever recruitment team, which was designed to mentor potential applicants through the hiring process. Officer Kim emerged as the leader of the program and served as a mentor to many police recruits in the academy who had successfully completed probation. In early 2022, Officer Kim was selected as the department's first ever recruitment officer. His perseverance in communication led to the hiring of 19 police officer recruits in 6 months of work. He created an environment that was professional and inviting for potential new recruits. He stays in constant contact with all police officer recruits while they attend police academies around the state. Officer Kim also goes and visits out-of-town recruits to keep them motivated and aid them with the stressful academy process. Now we have Jessica. Oh, Jessica, we're going to miss you in HR. She developed an interactive process with hiring managers to review salary and vacation calculations before employment offers are made to prospective city employees. She works hard to teach and bring trust and credibility to the complex nature of classification and compensation as part of the recruitment process. It takes people across the organization to make recruitment effective. So the team that I talked about for the City of Flagstaff recruitment team, I'm going to list your names. And then, of course, we want Officer Kim, and we would like Jessica Vigorito to also join us. Trace Ward, Lori Pappas, Ralph Schmidt, Barney Helmick, Jessica Kittleson, Amy Hagan, Jennifer Caputo, Samantha Victor, Sarah Langley, Charles Hernandez, Stacy Fobar, Annika Hudlow, Kyle Kuzminski, and Elijah Kim and Jessica Vigorito. Please all come up here and crowd the stage.
They want me to say something, so I'm going to stay here. We have one more, I think. Yes. Hi, everybody. So just a quick note on these guys is that the dream team's here for sure, so I'm speaking for them, and this is where all the hard work was done. The dream team was procured by Heidi Hansen's leadership. I just wanted to say that. So our mission was to fill open positions, definitely, but equally important, it was to brand the city as a great place to work, to play, and to live and raise your family. So what we do and what we've been doing is not a sprint, it is definitely a marathon. So the marathon continues. Thank you.
All right, so this next one you've heard a little bit about already, but this is the Aspen Award for Accountability, and it's going to Captain Mike Feltz. Captain Mike Feltz volunteered to take on a brand new project in the care unit with the Flagstaff Fire Department that's had a huge political, community, and organizational impact. His personal involvement and program oversight turned the project from a concept to boots on the ground to a reality. Mike put in countless hours on duty, off duty, and then twice moved to a 40-hour work week to support the program's success. This program included a significant change in the way assigned firefighters perform their job and work with partnering agencies. Mike worked with dozens of internal and external teams from various professions and groups to help set up the foundational functions of this unit. He worked with our partnering agency, Teros Health, on the how, the when, and where for the unit, along with roles and responsibilities. He worked with the 911 dispatch center to establish protocols for use and response on the various types of 911 non-emergent calls. He also trained expectations and response protocols for a very different type of response unit. Captain Feltz exhibited the core values of Team Flagstaff as he worked to implement a change in how service was delivered. Congratulations, Captain Feltz, on your Aspen Award for Accountability.
Gosh, I hate this speech part, but first and foremost, I think we need to thank the council up here for having the vision of the care unit. I was just on the boots on the ground to actually make the thing happen. So it also wouldn't have happened without the support of the firefighters on the fire department side of things for actually getting out there and doing a good job and doing the work that we need to make the unit successful. And then again, as Shannon said, that the Teros side of things, the relationship with Teros has been amazing in making this thing happen, and it's been an up and down roller coaster, but we're making it happen, and it's only going to get better from here. So thank you very much, everybody.
All right, so this is the finale. This is the Ponderosa Award, and this award goes to Lieutenant Colin C. Lieutenant C is consistently looking for ways to push the Flagstaff Police Department to be better. Some examples are working with others on competitive pay and benefits and ways to attract more qualified candidates to the department. He is responsible for many programs such as the Regional SWAT Team, Bomb Team, Negotiation Team, Rapid Response Team, and public safety oversight of special events such as our 4th of July, New Year's Eve, and Tequila Sunrise. He has responded to several SWAT callouts and is instrumental leader on this team. He developed many incident action plans for several protests and civil unrest demonstrations. This included the development of the rapid response team and the grants to get the gear that's necessary for this team to operate.
He has also served as the acting deputy chief over operations. He brings a high level of positive energy to the department and is seen as a mentor to others because of his knowledge and work ethic. Employees reach out to Lieutenant regularly, and he gladly helps them by providing excellent customer service to all. He has demonstrated an ability to lead people and to produce quality work.
One of his biggest accomplishments during this time frame is the successful launch of the first police academy in Flagstaff. Lieutenant Say conducted extensive research on other academies, met with other academy leadership, and obtained training lesson plans and procedures for running an academy, Lieutenant C. He took the best of the best from this research to create the Flagstaff Academy and met with Arizona Post. To complete the inspection process, he took control of the project, meeting with the Coconino Community College staff to solidify the partnership. And then he selected the class sergeant and recruit training officer to ensure the success of the academy, along with the development of the 21-week class and instructor schedules. With his outstanding leadership, this academy began its first class in October, just 2 months ago. I will say that I had the honor of going out and touring the facility out there at the community college and seeing your handiwork in play. What a wonderful facility, but what's more notable is what this does for the Flagstaff community. Bringing the Academy for Training home to Flagstaff, our officers, our potential officers, our candidates to be officers, used to travel a great distance for considerable time to undergo this training. Now they stay home. That affords them the opportunity to have training in an environment of which they'll be serving through time. So it's profoundly important for that to happen. And it's a wonderful, wonderful achievement for this community as a whole to have this academy here in partnership with our community college. Lieutenant, this has been an amazing accomplishment. And here you are, a recipient of the highest level of excellence award being given out today, and one that you so much deserve. So thank you for all your efforts, and let's give the lieutenant a big round of applause.
Wow, thank you, sir. Thank you, city leadership, for considering the nomination, and I think my boss wrote this up, so I want to thank him too. I didn't know there was a speech part of this, but while I was standing back there, I just wanted to think about what I love about this job, and I love every morning getting to wake up, put my uniform on, and to get to come to serve the community and the men and women that I get to work with. I love my role within the police department, being on the command staff. What that is, we kind of make the decisions for the entire agency. And I've always wanted to get into leadership, but when I got on there, I always said, I want to do things that I've always wanted to get done, within the police department. And one of those projects was the police academy, our rapid response team, our SWAT team. So, I always wanted to do that and push those programs further, and it's an incredible honor, and thank you. And I want to thank Chief Police, Chief Musselman. He hired me in 2006. He gave me a great opportunity to become a police officer for the city of Flagstaff, and I think I'm a guy that comes to the table and I have a million ideas and a million things I want to do, and Mr. Clifton recognized a few of those, And he really gave me a lane, opened the door to allow me to pursue some of those projects, some of the freedoms to get some of these things done. So I'd like to thank Chief Musselman too. So thank you.
Lieutenant C. You know, if I ever get through one of these things without mispronouncing somebody's last name, it'll be nothing short of a miracle. Adam Miali, I owe you an apology for slaughtering your name earlier. Lieutenant C, we are grateful, and congratulations to you. Congratulations to all of the recipients. And as I noted at the outset, and as I will note as a closing comment, this is a wonderful event. It occurs once a year. We look forward to this. We look forward to breaking away from the week-to-week rigors of our council meetings, just to take pause and reflect back on the past year and the many, many accomplishments. And you have had the pleasure of hearing not just the accomplishments of our wonderful elected body, but now the accomplishments of our wonderful staff as well. So thank you for being here today to honor and recognize these outstanding efforts. We really appreciate the attendance. It's a large crowd today, and that just means so much to us. I think, Mayor, I'm going to turn it back over to you, but we'll note that we are set up to have a little bit of a reception now, and we can all enjoy some refreshments and some beverages, and maybe further this fun celebration and recognition in a more informal matter. How about one round of applause for all the recipients who've been recognized?
Thank you so much, City Manager. These awards really represent the values and the hard work and dedication that so many of our employees show for our community, and we should all be so appreciative for their work. With that, I think we're ready to recess for reception and lobby. And I am getting a note from my wife that today is my son's birthday, and he's been in the crowd for these award ceremonies, so, and he's really embarrassed by saying that, but I had to do it. Anyways, we are ready to recess for reception in the lobby. Agenda item 6. There you go.
Happy birthday.
I think we're ready to get started here. All right, we're down to agenda item 8, reconvening work session. Work session reconvened. Down to agenda item number 9, review of draft agenda for the December 20th, 2022 City Council meeting. Council members, any concerns, questions about next week's agenda? Moving right along then.
I did have a question.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'll let Councilmember
It's
Aslan
about
go first.
executive session afterwards. Is that just, is that swap happening just so the executive session involves the new council?
That's correct.
Okay.
And if I may, I know that the city clerk, Stacy Salzberg, has been on top of it as far as getting you information about selecting the flags that you would like to be flown under the flag display policy. If you could, please make sure that we don't accept requests from third parties, but the council is the one that makes the designation on that. So just to be clear, those of you that will still be on council.
Excellent, thank you. Any further commentary on the draft agenda for next week? All right, we're down to agenda item number 10, update regarding progress on recent workforce development efforts. Mr. Saltonstall.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm John Saltonstall. Hello? I'm going to see you.
Hot mic.
Hello. I'm going to start over. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm John Saltonstall, Business Retention Expansion Manager for the City of Flagstaff. It's really nice to see everyone tonight, and thanks for that wonderful celebration earlier. That was the best, one of the best things ever. So we're here to talk about update on the work for this workforce development scope of work. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about how we got started on this effort, the steps we've taken thus far, and where we think we're going. So you'll recall that this began as a future agenda item request, discussion item to create and fund a robust workforce development program to expand and strengthen current workforce development efforts by the City of Flagstaff. It was requested by Councilmember Salas, thank you, and it was undertaken, then approved and funded by council, and then staff went to work. You'll recall as well that we partnered with the Arizona at Work Coconino County Workforce Development Board's Executive Director, who presented to council earlier this year on all things Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is known as the WIOA. And that drives the system nationally, at the state level, and locally. And from there, the staff began the development of this scope of work. So we met internally to confirm that we understood the task at hand in general terms, which is to understand how the workforce development system operates, how the system meets current and future needs, and where there is room for improvement. We then invited workforce development experts and practitioners from the region to brainstorm to assist in creating this scope of work. We invited all of them to participate financially as well, thinking that it might help us to broaden the scope, but despite our partners' interest and support of what we're doing, no one had the budget for it at this time. So we're continuing with how it's currently been budgeted. We then went ahead and compiled ideas from the meetings with them, shared them with the group, and really worked to get a good document here. They were super supportive of the document and pleased with the content and the scope of work as we've presented so far in your packet. So that brings us then to our objectives. And I just want to go over each one of these because they really serve as the what we want from this effort. We want an assessment of the current system so we know how it delivers the current workforce needs. Most folks are very passionate about workforce development. People have ideas about it, which is a good thing. Doing an assessment and a survey of our businesses and of the resources that are in place is going to help us all focus our energies more effectively. And you may recall also with Mr. Billy Francis' presentation, there are many workforce development service providers that are identified in that federal legislation, and they are indeed the backbone of the local area work. The City of Flagstaff, though, expressed this interest in doing more in the system, as the title of the scope of work states explicitly, and therefore we're seeking best practices relative to the existing system so that the city will be enabled to support the system and all of those service providers, and the city can become an innovative leader in upskilling our residents. And finally, we want timelines and action items that are going to help us to implement these best practices. We want to put this to work. So following the objectives, we're going through each of the next 3 sections of this document. The first section informs prospective consultants, respondents, that we need to survey the system. The survey that's going to provide a broad understanding of the existing workforce system, to understand the specific programs that serve our career pathways and that deliver those general and specific skills. A survey is also going to engage the business community to learn of their relationship with the system and their current and projected workforce needs. The second section is here to inform the consultants and respondents that we need to understand how the system is positioned to maintain the Flagstaff community at expectedly high levels of service and to meet the needs of future industry whose operations are going to generate low environmental impact and high wages relative to Flagstaff. The third section focuses on workforce pathways that are important, and we need to chart a path from the present to the next 2 to 5 years, next 5 to 10 years, that are going to drive actions, policies, and investments that are going to deliver the workforce required to keep a sustainable community running, from the infrastructure in the ground to the innovations around the world. So this brings us tonight to the deliverables. We ask for a final report that will help us better understand the workforce development system and ways that we as an organization may positively impact the work of that system. We ask for a menu of actionable items to enhance the existing workforce development system so that we as an organization may choose from that menu according to our needs, our programs, and our capacities. We also are asking for a list of timelines and action items to measurably enhance workforce development in the immediate and further out future. We do ask for performance indicators, so we're going to know how and what to measure our successes. So our next steps, you've noticed that the scope of work as we've presented, is in your packet, has some elements that are very specific and some that are general. And so for that reason, we're leaning towards a request for a summary of qualifications. Our procurement office has indicated that's going to give us the most flexibility to be in a conversation with a qualified consultant to figure out how to piece this together, how to make it real, and get the job done. We will then follow that solicitation process. We're going to do the work, and then we're going to bring it back to you. That's my update. Questions?
Thank you, John. Council, do we have any questions, comments? Councilmember Schmunny.
Just want to say thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation and your work on this. And I just really want to thank Councilmember Salas for her leadership on this. I'm excited that the city is taking steps forward with this. I'm looking forward to the assessment and the work to come. And I know there's going to be a big lift moving forward that's going to be placed on your shoulders. So I want to thank you in advance for putting in the energy and time. I think this is a very important topic, and I think it ties into our resiliency as a city and as a community. And it just really invests in the well-being of Team Flagstaff through and through, and really all across the northern Arizona region. And I just think it's, really a testament to Councilmember Salas's passion and motivations, for some of them. But just grateful and looking forward to future conversations and updates on this. And I bet you Councilmember Salas and I will be in the crowd at that point, giving public comment. Thank you.
We're counting on it.
125 words.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmunny. Or total, that works too. All right, anything else? Well, thank you, John. Appreciate the work. Councilmember Salas?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. First, I would like to offer a space and time for gratitude. Gratitude to this council for supporting this, because 2 years and now we're getting out an RSOQ or RFP. It truly takes Team Flagstaff, of course, council's leadership, and working with collaborating with many community partners. So my question to Mr. Saltonstall is, how can this program play in the overall advancing workforce development within the region, and how the city can take leadership in terms of creating synergy?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's exactly what this scope of work is all about. It is, this is coming from the city of Flagstaff, so we're focused on our city limits. However, we recognize that it's the entire region that contributes to the workforce. So we are going to be working in hand in close partnership with the Workforce Development Board, with the local area, and we're going to supply that consultant, whoever does become this successful consultant. We're going to make sure that they are working with the local area, the schools, from K through 12, and higher education as well. It needs to be integrated in our perspective, and that's why we've phrased it the way we have in this document.
Thank you so much. I also want to harp on opportunities that can be seized, like the apprenticeship programs and also work-based training that are business-focused, training for upskilling that are needed now by our competitive economic sectors within Flagstaff and then within the region, and also the future training needs to keep training our Flagstaff and Northern Arizona workforce to be ready and able to work when a new business come in, whether it's advanced manufacturing, bioscience, healthcare, forestry, e-commerce industry, and am I missing a specific sector? Brewery. So and that partnership too in terms of training providers, existing training providers, and also create opportunities for new training providers, whether it's from an educational institution or it's driven by business. And I also want to mention that Mr. Saltonstall serves as the vice chair of the Arizona at Work Coconino Workforce Board, which I serve. And whatever transpires today in terms of direction, are you seeking direction tonight for this, or the RS, or we're moving ahead with RSOQ?
This is
RFP.
informational.
Okay.
Wanted to make sure that you all knew what we were doing.
Okay.
And give you the chance to say, I think you ought to go somewhere else with this, but.
Okay, because we were ready to set out our RSQ or RFP in terms of procurement process for potential consultant.
That's right. And in talking with procurement, since we put the document together, it seems that RSOQ is going to provide us the most flexibility and the greatest chance of success for this effort.
Okay. Our RSQ stands for a request for statement of qualifications vis-a-vis our RFP request for proposals. I will bring it up at our workforce board meeting this coming Thursday. Also, another thing that we have to keep in mind too, when we're looking at that workforce development, we're also looking at filling the gaps for additional support services when we're recruiting and training. For example, for Team Flagstaff, when we're training firefighters or police officer recruits, we need other services to support the police academy and the firefighters academy. For example, housing. Temporary housing, maybe perhaps there's some areas of collaboration partnership with our local hotel owners to be partners and provide hotel rooms or even those extended stay for long term, for like few weeks while our recruits are in training and have a place to live in Flagstaff. So just those conversations too that need to happen. The wraparound service for recruitment and training workforce need to be addressed. Thank you so much. Oh, can I ask you to take a piece of my heart by grabbing a couple of those Godiva chocolate heart shape? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. I'm not seeing anything further, so thank you, John.
All right. Thank you so much.
Down to agenda item 11, Business One Stop Shop Update. The boss.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Jack Fitchett. I'm the Business Attraction Manager for the City of Flagstaff. And tonight I have a very brief update for you on the Business One Stop Shop, otherwise known as BOSS. And with that, we'll just jump right into it. So the Business One Stop Shop system and idea really came from Councilmember Salas as a fair item. And since that time that it's moved forward, we've been working with a cross-divisional team through multiple different sections in the city: economic development, community development, licensing, et cetera, to visualize what this looks like for the city of Flagstaff. We've been looking at other community examples. And really what the Business One Stop Shop is it's a way for businesses, prospective businesses, and developers to very easily find information on how to conduct a business or build something within the city that they're working in, as well as find basic efficiencies and effectiveness through some of the permitting and or planning processes that we work with. So with that in mind, we've kind of split this out into two separate phases. And phase one is a website creation, and it's not necessarily a completely different website than what we're working with now, but a new landing page, homepage, working within the Civic Plus system that we're all very familiar with at this point. And so with this new updated website, it's really going to serve as, again, as that landing page where we're condensing and making a very nice and easy way to navigate through multiple different sections worth of information for businesses and developers. A lot of this information is already readily available on our website as is. But the point being is that unless you know exactly where to go, sometimes it can be quite tricky to find out, okay, what is the fee schedule that I need to work with, or what is the permitting process, or how do I do a pre-application meeting? So unless you already know what you're looking for, some of this stuff is a little bit difficult to find. And with that in mind, we've partnered with Civic Plus to create this new landing page. It's estimated to be about $7,500 for this one-time implementation, and then $1,000 reoccurring annually for maintenance and adjustments as needed, et cetera. And this is working its way through our procurement and contract processes right now. My hope would be that we have all the necessary signatures by, if not the end of this week, by the end of next week. And then at that point, we'll start the 12 to 14-week timeline to fully revamp this landing page where we will be coalescing all of this information. Here's just a brief kind of example. This is what the city of Chandler does. This is not exactly what I would call a business one-stop shop. We're not going to be branding it the same way, but this is ultimately what it will end up looking like in some form or fashion. This is the kind of information that we want to be showcasing to our developers and our new businesses or just current businesses on information that's readily at their fingertips, very easily accessible, and will help them in their day-to-day operations. So that's just a brief example for you. Phase two of implementation centers more on some of the actual practical efficiencies that we may be able to find within some of our own systems, some of which related to the planning and permitting processes. And you'll hear of a few ways that we've actually already done that from my friend Becky here in a moment. But that's really what phase two is focusing on, is trying to find what are some of these permitting or planning processes where if they're not super complicated and they're not very complex, how do we speed those along to make sure that the businesses and developers are moving along at a faster rate. So additionally, we'll also be looking for more ways to find functionality and new ways to update the website to improve on phase one and how I've just mentioned. And our hope is that we'll be able to start working through that process in Q1 of 2023, so right around the corner. Probably going to be starting that around the completion of phase one that I've just mentioned. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Becky to talk about a little bit of the ways that we're already doing this one-stop shop kind of process and some of the things that we're already doing within planning and development.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Becky Cardiff, Development Services Manager. I was tasked with the process of creating our Citizen Access online portal. That came really out of the COVID-19 closure response. Before our Citizen Access portal, you may or may not know, we had a completely paper process. If you wanted to submit something, it was via paper. Come in with your big stack, mail it in. That also included payments were in person or via check and mail. So everything was essentially in person. When we shut down for COVID, obviously that was no longer happening. It became an email process, which we quickly determined was not feasible. Fast forward, a group of us came together, actually continued on with the enhancement of the Citizen Access Portal, which was originally part of our permitting software that we implemented back in 2015. This was not actually enhanced very well at that time, which is why we didn't implement it then. We worked a lot of time to get it up to speed. The Citizen Access online portal now allows for all building permits to be submitted electronically, which includes your over-the-counters, roofing, solar, windows, all the building permits, along with minor improvements, which are sheds, decks, accessory structures, solar permits, signs, rights-of-way. All those permits now can be submitted electronically, and which allows, obviously, it lowers our paper intake. It also allows for payments to be made electronically. So essentially, most of our developers, contractor, architects, engineers can all submit all of their permits electronically, and it doesn't require them to come into City Hall at all. So obviously, the efficiency in that has improved a lot on our permitting process. And we issue all of our permits electronically along with approved plans. So we're only printing plans one time now instead of however many times it takes to get them approved. So it's was a big process. It has its quirks, it has its things, but it's much higher quality than sending an email to me, actually. So so it's improved that process greatly for our contractors. And wasn't able to pull statistics because I've been sick, but if I had to put a number to it, I'd probably say 95% of our applicants actually use the online portal now. We do have some of those that they hate technology, and I'll never convince them differently. And so they still, want to come chit chat at the counter, which is great for some of our over-the-counter permits. But for all of our other permits, we do require them to be electronic. So it was a really big jump forward for community development, for sure. It put us closer to the 21st century at least. So, and I'm here for any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Aslan.
More of a comment. Becky, I just want to, I'm guessing that it's kind of an understatement when you're relating to us what a pain it was to deal with this process by email. I just wanted to make some space to acknowledge how much of a nightmare that must have been while everyone was learning to walk on their own 2 feet again during the early days of the pandemic, and thank you for putting up with that fiasco. I can only imagine. And thank you again to Councilmember Salas for getting this new process going. It sounds like it's a nice shot in the arm and something we're behind on getting in front of in the first place. So looks great. $1,000 maintenance fee, is that pretty typical for this sort of endeavor?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Aslan. I think that is, as far as Civic Plus goes, which is our main website provider, that's very reasonable.
Slower than I was expecting. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Thank you for the presentation and your work on this. Glad to hear about the efficiencies that this is bringing and will continue to bring. Again, gratitude to Councilmember Salas, Big Grateful Heart coming at you. And I really appreciate all the efforts. I think the cost is reasonable. The upfront cost and the ongoing seems totally doable and worthwhile. Thank you.
Excellent. Anything further? Councilman McCarthy, then Councilmember Salas to finish up.
Well, just a quick note. When I retired 20 years ago, I was on what was called the Change Board. And I worked as an aerospace engineer, as you may know. And we brought all the drawings to the Change Board every day, like at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And we'd pass the drawings around. And I signed for project engineer. Somebody else was there from quality control, blah, blah. So, but almost right after I retired, they went to a very similar system, all electronic. I had one quickie question about the BOSS site. I presume there'll be a link from the regular city website over to the BOSS site, which is a different site, I take it. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. So the BOSS site actually will live on the main City of Flagstaff website. It will just kind of have a different feel and a different branding to it, and then have all of those links directly embedded, so it's not shooting you off to a different portion of the city site. It's all going to remain localized, so there won't be a need for a different URL to redirect.
All right, so you can start on the city website and then go to this specialty part of it.
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas?
I am in awe and amazement for this update and looking forward to the full implementation of Phase 2. I'm hoping there will be a tutorial video or TikTok on how to use the portal, on how to access and use the portal, and I would volunteer Councilmember Shimoni to do the portal, the video and TikTok. Yes,
What's
user-friendly, learn it in a minute or so. Yes.
We might need to make that happen.
Thank you.
I'm looking for work.
Excellent. I think that sums it up. Thank you very much, Jack.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
And Becky. All right, we are down to agenda item number 12, Flagstaff Police Department Assessment Report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We'll do a little tag team here, and then we have consultants with us from out of town who made the trip to help with this presentation, and we'll do introductions. This goes back to events of last summer, which prompted Council to direct staff, or this was actually initiated out of my office, to look at the police department from an assessment or audit standpoint with respect to looking at any policies or procedures to be recommended related to vice operations and prostitution operations and things of that sort, all in the interest of coming up with best practices. And that process that I just described has been underway now for a few months. We engaged a consultant, LD Consulting, and they have performed an audit, and we'll be speaking with you momentarily on this. So this is not the end of the discussion tonight, but certainly an update as to some findings. It is not an action item, and there are no policies or ordinances before you that will be forthcoming in the near term. But this is kind of setting the stage for that process to happen. So with that, Shannon, what would you like to add to what I just said?
I'm actually going to introduce our
Good,
consultants.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, Senior Deputy City Manager. I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Dan Olson as well as Mr. Jack Harris. Dan Olson was our project manager for this assessment. He actually founded LD Consulting in 2008. He served with the Phoenix Police Department for 34 years. During that time, he completed numerous personnel investigations and other high-profile cases. He completed all internal police audits in accordance with the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement. He's a member of the International Law Enforcement Auditors Association, He is a certified law enforcement auditor, and he also founded and is the director of the Law Enforcement Inspection and Audit Group. Mr. Jack Harris was with the Phoenix Police Department as well for 39 years. He was their Phoenix Police Chief and is now retired. During that time, he was responsible for approximately 1,000 investigations in the department and over 3,000 personnel investigations. He's been recognized as a police policy and procedure expert in the United States Federal Court and Arizona State Court. He has conducted policy and procedures reviews for numerous police agencies at the request of the United States Department of Justice. So with that, I will actually turn it over to Mr. Harris, and he'll continue with our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you heard, we conducted an assessment of policies and procedures for the Flagstaff Police Department as related to vice enforcement and criminal vice procedures and policies. In that review, we not only looked at policies of the overall department policy or operational policy for Flagstaff PD, we also reviewed the metro units policies regarding undercover activities. As you are aware, in law enforcement agencies, many times there are specialized units within the overall organization. Those specialized units many times will have their own specific set of policies that are coordinated with the overall general policy for the department, but they're far more specific because they're directly related to a specific type of operation. For example, drug enforcement units within a police department would have a specific set of policies and procedures on how they conduct those particular types of investigations, and those policies are coordinated with the overall general policy for the police department. In this case, that would be the metro unit, and the overall policy would be the Flagstaff operational policy. We also reviewed a number of MOU agreements, memorandums of understanding between the Flagstaff Police Department, the task force, and other agencies that would be involved in a particular type of long-term operation. As you know, in a memorandum or a task force that would require a memorandum of understanding would be a task force with members from a variety of departments that could be local, state, and federal organizations going after a long-term investigation like, again, a drug cartel investigation that's very specific to that one type of investigation and may last many months before it's concluded. And officers or detectives from a variety of agencies, along with the federal agencies, will combine together in a task force to conduct that type of an investigation. We reviewed those MOUs that were in place with Flagstaff PD, as well as audio and video recording procedures for the department. We looked at the Metro narcotics policy and reviewed that policy manual as well, and we did not find within that policy any references to vice enforcement operations or prostitution type of investigations. We found that it was last revised in 2018 and it had been cross-referenced to the prior policy that was developed in 2011. We made a couple of recommendations after reviewing those metro policies, and if I can explain the first one that you're seeing there on the addition of vice and prostitution investigation policies and procedures is dependent on whether the agency has enough of those types of investigations that they would require the formation of one of those specialized types of units that a larger organization would most likely have in place because they have a lot of those type of complaints or criminal activity that need to be investigated. In talking to Chief Musselman, he advised that he could only remember one complaint prior to the 2019 investigation coming into Flagstaff PD and his experience that was regarding prostitution. So our recommendation was that there would be an addition of specific prostitution investigation type vice policies and procedures if the department was going to be involved in a number of those types of investigations that would warrant the formation of a particular unit. The other option would be that if it is very rare that Flagstaff encountered those types of investigations, then there is the possibility that the department could enter into a mutual aid agreement with a larger law enforcement agency that may have that level of expertise and already have that type of a unit. For example, Coconino County SO or the State Department of Public Safety might have that type of unit already in place and would be willing to enter into such an agreement that if you did receive that type of a complaint within the Flagstaff PD, they would then contact that organization and they would conduct the investigation. But of course, that is completely up to the department, the chief, the city manager, and the administration within the city of Flagstaff. Then also to revise cross-references between the Metro Narcotics policy and the overall Flagstaff Police Department policy. And we referred to some of those examples within the documents that you have, the packet that you've already received. We reviewed the overall policy manual, and the recommendation was that we would have the police department would have an overall policy statement within that policy regarding prostitution and vice type investigations. And an example was provided from CALEA, which is a national accreditation organization for law enforcement agencies. And we provided an overall policy that they recommend that could be used to fulfill that recommendation, or at least give an example to review. We reviewed 16 documents between Flagstaff Police Department and MOUs that were in place at around the 2019 timeframe, some a little before, some after. We only found one mention in any of those MOUs of human trafficking or prostitution, and it was not applicable to the investigation from 2019 that Flagstaff was involved with, and we did not have any recommendations regarding the MOU agreements. Dan conducted some overview for the audio and video procedures policy, and I'll let him address that one.
Good evening. Basically what we did is we took a look at the policies and procedures for how to document audio and video recordings. And there's procedures in the policy for how to download video from the body cams and other areas, but there's nothing in there for undercover operations. So evidence.com is a system that's used for most of the audio and video evidence. So our recommendation is that they revise the policies to include some kind of reference or procedures for how to download undercover, specifically undercover type audio or video recordings into evidence.com. So that was basically the only recommendation that we had for that. Okay? Were you gonna? Okay.
So we wanted to review with you some next steps. The first is to address human trafficking. How we're going to look at achieving this is through the pursuit of the city's Empowered Against Sexual Exploitation. You may have heard of this as the CEASE city designation. So City Manager Clifton has been meeting with a couple of our local agencies, Northland Family Help Center, as well as the CEASE director, to help us understand what that training looks like. And then the last piece is the development of the recommendation to include those policies and procedures for the vice and the prostitution investigations, should we find that we're going to continue with those operations as suggested. So those are our next steps. We wanted to share that with you before we opened it up to any questions that you might have for us.
Thank you, Shannon, and thank you to the consultants for being here. We do have a couple public participants, or at least one online, I'm seeing. So we'll go to that before we delve into questions and discussion from council.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have two public commenters. The first is going to be Heather Marcy. Heather, you can go ahead and unmute and offer your comments now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Heather Marcy, Deputy Director of Northland Family Help Center, and we also house Fiat. After the media reports came out about the local undercover operations in 2019, we started working directly with many of you on the larger issue of human trafficking in Flagstaff, and specifically on the need to create a coordinated response that will ensure that we as a community have an appropriate and victim-centered approach to address this horrific crime type. Luckily, as we researched this, we have found that we don't have to reinvent the wheel when it comes to a response and can find partnership in agencies around the state, like Phoenix, Tempe, and Scottsdale. I've read the report and commend the city for commissioning it. I do want to note that it's specific to the policies and procedures for the undercover operations, and I think training goes a long way in revising those P&Ps. So we're happy to see the inclusion of C-City training in the presentation tonight. In addition to the P&Ps, we would like to offer that we need to also work on the creation of the victim-centered approach that would address human trafficking head-on through prevention, education, training, and operations designed to drive down demand. Human trafficking is something that happens on a regular basis in our community. And many times what used to be considered prostitution is in actuality human trafficking. Shortly after Fiat began, as many of you may remember, there was an undercover operation in March of 2018. 8 men, 7 of which were from Flagstaff, were arrested for attempting to purchase sex with a minor. The Attorney General's office went on to prosecute those cases when the county attorney's office declined them. Since then, we've had regular message board activity on online sites where sex can be purchased locally, and Fiat continuously collects data from social service providers and juvenile probation who ask clients about exploitation during intake. My hope is that there's room for formal partnership, perhaps in the sense of creating a task force or implementation team to help develop a coordinated response that victim service experts such as Trust, Fiat, and Northland would be invited to that group to work collaboratively. We enjoyed recently sharing a potential grant opportunity with Chief Musselman that would provide money for training, equipment, opportunities to educate people attempting to purchase sex through non-criminalized channels, and to create a small unit for trafficking investigations within FPD so we are not dependent on outside agencies. We hope council can provide some direction in terms of moving forward on that opportunity tonight. And lastly, I'd like to give you all Council Member Salas Hart and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Heather. Do we have another public participant?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Kate Wyatt, you can go ahead and unmute and offer your comments now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Kate Wyatt, the Director of Human Trafficking Services with Northland Family Help Center and the creator of Fiat. I appreciate the ongoing conversations regarding exploitation in our community, and I'm here to share the service provider perspective on the report. I am in support of the recommendation for the Flagstaff Police Department to implement policies and procedures for investigations and operations regarding sexual exploitation. I've had the opportunity over the last 5 years to provide training and engage in conversations with our patrol officers and detectives. There have been numerous occasions where an officer or detective recognizes signs of exploitation and attempted to take legal action, but was met with disregard. I too have received pushback hearing that, quote, "we don't want to arrest or charge otherwise upstanding citizens for buying sex." The implementation of policies would give guidance to these highly trained and knowledgeable members of law enforcement to take proactive action. An item not mentioned in the report, but which I feel complements the implementation of policies, is the city's consideration of adoption of ordinances regarding exploitation. Drafted ordinances were shared with the city managers and Chief Musselman a couple months ago and shared with mayor and members of council earlier today. The consultants recommended a dedicated, highly trained unit to investigate exploitation. I understand that budgetary constraints often play a role in the implementation of work groups or task forces, and will share that there's currently a grant available to fund these opportunities. I've been working on a proposed budget and scope of work, which includes funding for task force members, media and subscription services to monitor illicit activity, and ample training opportunities. We have seen the need for this through partnering with other agencies on demand reduction and exploitation operations. Detectives and officers who are involved in these operations are subject to the policies and procedures set forth by the agency or unit in charge. Without our own team and policies, our officers will have to continue following these guidelines of others, which can have negative outcomes. I will share again that in 2018, 8 men were arrested for attempting to purchase sex with a minor. The demand for sex buying is present in our community, and we know that we cannot end exploitation without holding buyers accountable. The last piece I will share is that outside of public comment, Fiat has not had the opportunity to share updates regarding exploitation and our anti-trafficking efforts with the City Council as a whole. I would like to request that Fiat be an agenda item during an upcoming City Council meeting to present this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Councilmember Shimoni, may have a question for you.
Thank you,
Or
Mayor.
comment.
And I just want to say thank you to both Heather Marcy and Kate Wyatt for your engagement tonight and your engagement with us in our community and with our police officers and our chief. This is such a huge topic that needs to be addressed. So I really appreciate your partnership and your work with us. Kate, I did have a question. I know that as part of that 2018 sting, I remember there was like an ad that was put out. I don't think any arrests were necessarily generated, but I remember there being a pretty significant response to that ad, and I think it was only out for a short period of time. Can you speak to that ad and the demand, or what some of the takeaways were?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So during that sting operation in March of 2018, we had worked with the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network, which is that statewide agency that holds the Training and Resources United to Stop Trafficking, or TRUST, and also the CEASE cities. And so at that time, they had posted an ad advertising sex up here in Flagstaff to just see what our numbers were like for demand here. And so that ad happened to be posted on the Sunday before this Flagstaff Police Department sting operation, which was that following Friday. And so during this first week of having the ad up, we had about 450 individual phone numbers reaching out to set up what we refer to as dates with this individual, which was a young woman. And so those were the numbers that we gathered. They were talking to these people. They had chatbots going, talking to them about, like I said, setting up dates, trying to find a time to meet up, all those kinds of things. And then it was very public that the police department had participated in this sting operation where these 8 men were arrested. And so the ad was up for another week, and we saw our numbers drop significantly. The following week, we only had about 150 people reaching out because of that public knowledge around, you know, that our law enforcement wasn't dealing with that in our community, that we are working to drive down demand. And if you want to buy sex, don't buy it in Flagstaff. 150 callers is still too many, but it was nice to see that drop after such a public display of not standing for the demand here in our community.
Okay, thank you for that, Kate. And so 600 people reaching out in 2 weeks. I'm looking at our team of consultants. I'm a little confused as to what the disconnect is between, and I guess this is more of a question for Chief, so we'll get to this in a minute. But Kate, thank you. My last comment is, I think I understood your last comment of your public comment correctly, in that Fiat is open and willing to come and present to City Council, future City Council, in an agenda item kind of format, and that you haven't done that before. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And I really hope, City Manager and Mayor and Council, that that's something that we can do with the new council. I think that would go a long way, given your expertise. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Others for any questions for Kate or Heather? Do we have any other public participants?
No, Mayor, that was our last one.
Okay, thank you. Then for council discussion and any questions. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on what I just heard, it sounds like most the trafficking has to do with like sexual things. But if I remember correctly, there was a couple years ago, and I won't mention the location's name, although I know it, where people were brought here and basically forced to work like slave labor. They were brought here from a different country and were basically forced to work and not compensated like a normal employee would be. So trafficking, I guess maybe we should define the word trafficking, but my interpretation of that word is that it means that someone is asked to do things, be it sexual or non-sexual or employment or whatever, under duress, and is forced to do it against their will based on some circumstances they've found themselves in. So anyway, my main point is it's not just about sex, it's much broader than that.
Yeah, Councilman McCarthy. Councilmember Shimoni.
Okay, here we go. Want to thank the team and leadership for doing this. This is a great first step, and I think that this is going to set the momentum and the ball rolling for us in the council moving forward. So, gratitude to Chief and to former retired Chief Harris and project manager and NAU alum Dan Olson. Appreciate your efforts and again, leadership. So I guess I have a number of questions and a number of comments. Chief, you want to come on up? I have a question for you. And as you're doing that, I'll mention, I want to make clear to the public that Chief Musselman wasn't involved at the time of these efforts in 2019. He was not our chief at that time, and I just want to make that clear. But Chief, quick question for you. In the report, you're quoted speaking about the lack of demand, and in your 10-year FPD you could only recall one complaint, and it seems like it's almost painting a picture that there isn't a need for us to address it locally. Given what we've heard from Kate and Heather, it seems like there really is an issue and there is a demand. I just wanted to give you a chance to kind of speak to that from your perspective.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember and Mayor. What the question I was asked was, prior to the operation in 2019, how many previous prostitution calls had I been aware of? And I'd only been aware of one involving our undercover unit, and that was a person putting flyers on cars offering services, and I helped with that arrest young in my career. But since then, that was the only one prior to when we started getting all the intelligence, for lack of a better term, on the massage parlors that brought about the 2019 sting.
Thank you for that. And I'm hearing that. I think you would agree that there's a large demand that we can recognize now moving forward.
I think there always has been a large demand. It's pretty hidden, so unless it's exposed, and in 2019 it started getting exposed through the massage parlors when the complaints started coming in.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So I'm going to go into my comments and my questions. I'm not too sure how many questions I have here. It might just be more comments for Mayor and Council and the city team to think about. Again, I appreciate the report. It left me wanting more, Like I read the policy shared from Portland, and knowing that Phoenix and Mesa, Tempe, Scottsdale are all really taking charge, and there's some great efforts across the state. I really wanted to dive into that meat, that great information that our partners just a couple hours south are doing, other cities. And I think in pursuing C-City, being a C-City member, I think we'll learn a lot more about this, and I'm excited to see the city go down that path. And I'm looking at my colleagues who will be up here after I'm gone. But becoming part of that C-City effort, I think will go a long way. But the report did leave me wanting more. So I just wanted to share that. But that being said, I'm very grateful for that. The lack of policies currently was a concern of mine, and that we were still pursuing sting efforts and whatnot without having policies in place. And I know that the report spoke to that. So I'm glad that we're going to correct that moving forward. So obviously we're at a major crossroad, the 40 to 17. We have a huge issue in our backyard. It might be under our noses. We might not even recognize it. We might not be aware of it in our individual lives, but 600 calls for a date in 2 weeks' time from an ad, that's a huge red flag to me. And I think it's something that we need to put on the table, bring to light as a community, and address holistically in a big picture, much more than just policy. We really need a full hands-on-deck approach to really overturn and correct this ship and this wrong. Demand is high, and maybe it isn't resulting in 911 calls, but I know that everyone here understands some of the reasons as to why that might not result in 911 calls. I think there's a lot of trauma. I think that there's a lot of further victimizing of victims, and I think that victims who are in bad situations know that there's consequences when they reach out to law enforcement that maybe their abuser will give after the fact. So we're in a tough situation, and I don't think enforcement is necessarily the solution. But yeah, enforcement plays a big role in being a partner, right? And I know that you all understand this better than I do. So learning about how officers take cases to the county attorney's office only to be rejected is problematic. That tells me that our system is not working for the people. And hearing what Kate said about the reasoning as to why we don't want to arrest or address this issue really is disappointing and frustrating. I don't know what that's about. I really don't, but I want to get to the bottom of it. That's a problem if we're not trying to address this issue and we're just throwing out cases. What's going on? And so maybe I'll reach out to our county attorney, but that's extremely concerning, and I think that needs to be part of the future conversation, is a bigger picture of how we're addressing this. Kate and her team at Fiat are very knowledgeable, and I think it's time that we lean on them more with their expertise and really lean into them, given that they really understand the updated language, the best approach, the victim-centered approach. Even the Portland policy has many issues we could pick apart. It's pretty outdated in terms of the language they're using. So, council, here are my key takeaways that I really want to have heard. One of which is we need to look at the bigger picture of how traffickers exploit their victims. A shift in our perspective and a new approach is needed. C-City is a big first step. It's free and it's in the right direction, so grateful that we're heading in that way. Again, Scottsdale is completing their C-City program right now. Tempe is just starting theirs. So we can look to other communities, other towns just down the street to learn from them. Kate did provide us with an ordinance, and that should be part of a future discussion that we have, and that's in our inbox. Thank you, Kate. Really good work on that. And that ordinance addresses the outcomes for buyers, and that's really important. This needs to be a team effort, and I know that Kate and the team want to be as involved as we can engage them to be. So, Deputy City Manager in Chief, I'm thinking task force, committee, commission, whatever makes sense legally and it makes sense to the team to do, I think is how we can best embrace them, council, and really kind of give them a seat at the table versus just an advocacy seat from a distance. They want to be involved. And I think that they can really help us evolve as a community in addressing this topic. So I think that's the second or third point that I want to get across. And that would be to ensure that victim-centered approaches are taken. And Trust is another great agency down in Phoenix that wants to support us as well. There are grant opportunities that Fiat and Trust are here to help us with, but the city needs to take the lead. And so I'm hoping, council, that we can give direction to take the lead with their support and with their partnership. So again, I'm curious if we can invite Fiat to a future agenda item to present to our future council when appropriate on some of their ideas and their ordinance that they've emailed to us and how to best address exploration and demand, exploitation and demand in our community and better understand those topics. And then lastly, Mayor and Council, this topic to me is public safety, right? This topic really has value and merit when it comes to public safety. When we talk about noise, which I know is on the agenda, that I don't see as much weight. When we're talking about kids and traffickers and exploitations of humans, whatever that looks like, that is what I want our police department working on, even when we're understaffed. That, to me, rises to the level that we need to address this yesterday. And this is the type of stuff I'd like to see our police department really embrace and take on. Not so much the other low-hanging stuff that's less of a public safety concern. This is the type of stuff that keeps many of us up at night. So, and they're victims in our community. So those are my comments. Thank you for hearing me out. Grateful for the first steps, leadership and staff. We have a lot of work to do, though, and we're only scratching the surface. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Others? Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation and all of this very valuable information. I'm definitely in agreement on looking at ways that we can bring in some victim-centered and trauma-informed practices to what we're doing, and I think it's been made clear that the chief and others are very interested in pursuing some of those options, so grateful for that. I was wondering if the city manager or team could maybe expound a little bit more on what we're examining with the C-City option, and I'll pause to.
Thank you. Shannon and I might field this one together, and I don't know if I don't know if Kate is still on the phone. We did meet with Kate and Heather and talked about this. There's a lot of knowledge yet to be gained, but the certification is one that just seems to make sense on many levels, and there may be grant funding to assist us on that. Initially, it was represented that the certification, and I think it all goes to raising awareness and the ability to recognize when human trafficking may be present. I think the idea from CEASE is to have all employees in the organization undergo a training on this, but it was mentioned when we met in person that it may not have to be organizational wide. So that's a thing we need to explore. We also are understanding that it might be that there might be an ability to integrate this training into our existing platform within human resources that we currently utilize for a lot of in-house training to make it very accessible and convenient. The training does not appear to be rigorous and in terms of timing, nor does it appear to be expensive, especially if we were able to come into some grant assistance. We would have some time within which to have the training conducted, and then we would pursue our designation as a CEASE city. Shannon, is there anything you can add to what I said?
I think the expectation is that 75%
75%.
would be trained for us to receive that designation. And so that's the benefit of being able to load it on the online platform, is as turnover happens, it allows us to keep new employees trained as they're entering the organization in order to continue to meet that 75% threshold.
Great, thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Well, I'll say in my comments, I'm in agreement. I appreciate the report and the work that's been done. I think that's a first step to doing a lot more that we need to accomplish, including exploitation ordinances, similar to Mesa and Phoenix. And I would also like to see a presentation. You know, I'm out of here in a week, so I'm just throwing this out there. It would be great to have Heather, if you had all the organizations to present before us to highlight some best practices as well as shine a light on this very dark realm that does occur in our community. This should be made a more salient issue, and I see no other entity best to do it than our nonprofit organizations here locally that can help bring that to a higher level, and hopefully we can pursue more policy changes that can assist us in addressing it. And then aside from that, I mean, we'll see who's on the CJCC afterward, but we absolutely need to be coordinating this, particularly with our county partners. Not to get into it, but we definitely need more support in addressing this proactively from our county attorney's office in particular. So with that, just throwing those ideas out there, and we will see how the next council will pursue these options. So just putting in my 2 cents. All right, anything else? Not seeing anything. All right, we're down to agenda item number 13. Thank you for being here, Jack Dan. To agenda item 13, public participation. I'm not seeing anything at this time. Agenda item 14, informational items 2 from mayor, council, and city manager, and future agenda item requests. We'll start with Councilmember Salas. Would you like to start?
Okay, so tomorrow there's a Discover Flagstaff Holiday Open House, the Milligan House, right next door, from 7:30 to I think 11:30. And then on Saturday, there will be a first-time event for Flagstaff and the public cemetery. It's called Reach for America. At the Flagstaff Public Cemetery, we have about approximately 2,000 veterans laid to rest, going as far back as the Spanish-American War. The goal of the Reach for America is to offer wreaths to the veterans laid to rest at our public cemetery. So this Saturday, we will be laying 430 wreaths for our first year. So, and thanks you so much for the many community partners for making this happen, the Wreaths of America, and a lot of local businesses in town participating in this, and nonprofits, and including participating in the ceremony will be NAURTC and veterans from the community. So it will be an auspicious day to be at the cemetery on Saturday. Also, happy 20th birthday to the Orpheum, serving the community with live entertainment for the last 20th year. And gosh, it's 20 years already. And I will be participating in my last RTAC board meeting as vice chair on 19th. Monday, 19th, galvanizing the RTAC's effort to bring forward the $300 million request for the state legislature to fund as a one-time direct allocation to fund projects for rural Greater Arizona in terms of transportation and infrastructure. And if passed, Metro Plan will receive $15.6 million, which will go to flood mitigations on Highway 189, the Lone Tree Overpass, and the J.W. Powell bridge replacement over I-17. And I will provide my last list of follow-up to incumbent council and the council members and mayor will swear in next week. Please continue with follow through with the work that our previous council have adopted, including my initiatives, the cost recovery policy, the BOSS, and workforce training. And I want to share my centering thought for my meditation this morning. It's about cultivating new perspectives and achieving balance. And I'll add on also, if you seek to understand and create unity in diversity and create unity amidst diversity. I will miss everyone. I will miss here at the dais. I miss the city of Flagstaff, but I will be around. You'll probably hear a lot of me from that podium with my 3-minute, maximum 375 words. Yes. Thank you. Hearts.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Aslan?
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. So wanted to reiterate tomorrow's open house over at the Milligan House. I will be there at some point for some coffee and for some good chats. So hope to see you there, and I hope to see everybody come by through there. Ooh, the ghost. I didn't know about that. I'll have to get the full story there. I am traveling starting tomorrow to Phoenix for the newly electeds training. I'm not newly elected, but I am looking forward to the refresh on a lot of the rules and organizational structure conversations. Mostly I'm going as a networking opportunity with the League of Cities and Towns, and looking forward to meeting a bunch of fresh new elected officials from throughout the state. And then tomorrow, Thursday evening, the Discover Flagstaff Film Office is sponsoring a free public forum from 4 to 6 p.m. I will be attending that remotely on Zoom from Phoenix, but you're all very welcome to come to that here at City Hall on Thursday evening. What's going to happen is that board members from the Arizona Film and Digital Media Coalition are going to break down the legislation, discuss the latest developments, and gather questions and feedback to share with the Arizona Commerce Authority as it finalizes the rules of this new law, which goes into effect in January, but will be tinkered upon at least until August or September. Should be a good conversation and a nice way to get caught up with that legislation and all the opportunities it's going to bring to the state. I did want to go ahead and officially, since I'm following through in the next council, I'd like to get Fiat agendized for a conversation if we could get them to come down here. I think it makes sense for someone who will be on council to go ahead and officially get that on the books. I appreciate you looking into that and making that happen. I think that's all I have for right now, so I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I, too, am planning to go to the Milligan House tomorrow morning. So that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I would also like to echo, I'd like Fiat to be agendized. I'm going to start with Councilmember Salas. I didn't do this earlier. I wanted mine to be a little more on the personal side and more intimate. And you graciously showed me the ropes. And I know that I will continue to know you after this, so this is not the end by any means. And I want to let you know that your spirit is contagious. And I wish I could bottle it up and bring it to every council meeting with me in the future. The community thanks you. I thank you. You have shown us what leadership looks like. And when I go through my struggles, I will think of you and what would Miss Salas do? Good things are coming your way or continuing to come your way. And I can't wait to see where you go from here. Councilmember Shimoni. We first met at Telluride Bluegrass. You wandered into my camp, and I knew right then and there we were going to be friends for many years. And when I got elected, you gave me your time, advice, and you showed me what it looked like to be a seasoned council member. You just kind of took me and led me the way, and I really do appreciate that. You spent a lot of time with me, and that means a lot. I know good things are coming your way. I know I'm going to see you up at the podium. I can't wait. And our city is forever changed because of you. And that has to be an amazing feeling. And I look at you and I just admire everything you've been able to accomplish. So thank you for that. And Mayor, the other day I think I told you, well, we've been through our ups and downs and we're going to be friends forever now. And I true hold to that. You and I went through some stuff this summer, and it was fun and rewarding, and we met new people, and we got to know one another, and I got to see you work tirelessly for this community. And when I wanted to go home and get the mud off my boots, I knew you were still working, so I stayed. Make sure I was by your side through thick and thin. And you made a big impact on our community. And you worked very hard for these 2 years, and I also can't wait to see where you go from here. I know it's going to be good. So thank you for everything.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
All right, gosh. I forgot that to and from was earlier in our agenda today. I'm not ready to start crying yet, but maybe I am. Just kidding. Okay, so there is actually a few things I'm going to report on my last to and from here in regards to this upcoming week. Tomorrow, there's the CJCC Executive Committee meeting, and I'm looking at my 2 potential replacements from 3 to 5 p.m. Hope folks will be able to join us. Again, those are all meetings open to the public. And I fully echo the comments Mayor and others made about the CJCC addressing this topic of trafficking. I think that's why I thought too, that this needs to be done through the CJCC. So your leadership in the CJCC on this topic will be much appreciated. Thursday, there's quite a few things going on. The Working Alternatives is having their Community Relations Board meeting from 10 to 11 a.m. Working Alternatives does great work working with folks out of prison and integrating them back into our community, specifically focused on Indigenous populations. Wonderful work, and our former coordinator of Indigenous initiatives, Catherine Esquivel, is the one that's leading those community updates, and she's doing an amazing job. 11:01 p.m. there's a senior center food distribution that hopefully I'll see some of you at. I will be there, and looking forward to being there and supporting our seniors at the Joy Montoya Center. 4 to 6 p.m. tomorrow, our Water Commission meets. And then on Monday of next week, 11 to 12 p.m., 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., the Coconino Diversion Review Group meets, and that's a monthly group, and that group is going. They have momentum, they're growing, they're building. It's really been incredible to be a part of that with Chief for over a year now, and seeing the momentum they're taking, right, Chief? It's incredible what that's become and what they're heading towards. It's taken off, and I'm so excited to be stepping away, and also bummed to be stepping away, but knowing that it's going to keep going. In regards to Tuesday, just want to wish my colleagues who will be part of the swearing-in process a big congratulations. How exciting. It's a very memorable experience, and really proud of everyone who's stepping up to serve in the next council. Congratulations. And I'll just plant a seed. I know I'm on my way out, but COVID, the flu, RSV, alive and prevalent around our nation, around the globe, and there are a lot of efforts across the Southwest to reevaluate masks, and I just feel like maybe now's the time to start thinking about it, the council, and especially with the new council, at least to get an update. So I'm hoping that you all see the importance in that enough to receive that update from staff and at least get a pulse as to where we're at with that topic, knowing that testing is extremely down. So I'm going to just plant that seed for you all. And then to the current council, wow, it's really a crazy thought to think that this is our last time up here together. Don't know how to think about that. Don't know how to, just planning my comments for tonight, moments before riding my bike over, I was in tears. I was like, oh my gosh, this is actually happening. I'm done. And although there's more battles ahead on the agenda tonight, this is it. And I'm just beyond grateful to you all and to the team up here. It's been such an honor and a privilege to serve our community with all of you. We've had our struggles, we've had our differences, we've had our battles, but we've maintained respect, and we've maintained friendship and integrity. And I'm so proud of all the great things that our city council has done. So thank you for being a part of that team with me and allowing me to be the crazy person I am and work with all of you. Leadership, I'm gonna miss looking down to you, especially Sterling. I'm just kidding. It's been great working with the leadership at the city and really all of our team. You all are wonderful people with huge hearts for our community. And I know I have given you all and staff a very difficult time. And so I appreciate you putting up with me over the years. I appreciate your willingness to keep coming back and talking to me and work with me through all my questioning and trying to understand why we do what we do and what it would take to move us in a direction that I'd like to see us move. So really gratitude to Team Flagstaff and working with me as Vice Mayor and as a council member. It's been an incredible experience. And I think that's all I got. So since this is to and from, I guess this is my chance to say Shimoni out one last time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember House?
Thank you. This morning, I was partially able to attend a robust masterclass on affordable housing that was hosted by Lauren Kuby. They presented a lot of really great innovative options for workforce, affordable, and other housing needs in various communities. It was a pleasure to be invited to that as they made sure to give some special focus to Flagstaff and some of the unique situations that we face in trying to meet housing needs. And it inspired a lot of new ideas and some things to push for going into the next year for some potential options for our community. So that was really great. On Saturday, I was honored to present a certificate of appreciation from the mayor to Ms. Kiki Lockett of her organization is Unlocked Potential. She was a local basketball star. She serves as a mentor in our community, and she is truly a very humble leader in our community. And I just wanted to pass on just how much that certificate meant to her and to her family and friends who were able to gather for that ceremony. It was very touching and moving to hear her speak about how significant and important Flagstaff is to her and her development as a leader. Her humility in that leadership was just absolutely stunning, but also her expression of thanks and gratitude to you, Mayor, and the City of Flagstaff for recognizing her in that way. I just wanted to make sure to pass that on. And that leads directly into my closing comments. I also did not speak earlier to the outgoing council members, mainly because I'm a very emotional person and I was afraid I would ruin your moment by getting a little too emotional. But I would certainly be remiss not to take an opportunity to thank each of you for your service, your friendship, your dedication to our community, your mentorship, and the example that you set for me, particularly as a new council member. Mayor, I want to thank you for our very first meeting, where you provided wise guidance on the commitment and the demand of this work. You also made it very clear your passion for our community and your level of service to the people who give the City of Flagstaff its beautiful culture. So I want to thank you for that. Councilmember Shimoni, I wanted to thank you for always being an ear and a voice for so many topics for our community, for encouraging me to use my own voice, and for just constantly being a cheerleader and a champion, not only for me, but for our full community, and particularly for the diverse voices within this community. Councilmember Salas, my fellow lady of council, I offer you a grateful heart for your friendship, for your wise guidance, your allyship and your advocacy, and just for always being true to yourself, true to your vision, and for being such a fervent voice for so many topics for our community. I wish you all the greatest of all things in whatever comes next for each of you. I just want to thank you again for your service.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Well, it has been an honor working with you all, and I look forward to working with you in different capacities in the future. I really appreciate city staff for setting up the wonderful presentation today and all of your kind words. Just a couple things I just wanted to note. You're going to probably be hearing from me during budget sessions about the expansion of the care team. Just so you know, fair warning to staff and the ongoing council members. But I did want to mention, we had a really good meeting last Wednesday with the Army Corps of Engineers and to discuss our Rio to Flag project and ensuring the Downtown Mile project comes to fruition. We are 99% there, folks. We're going to see this happen. There's still basically one real obstacle left, which I won't get into because I see city attorney looking at me. But with that, Mayor-elect Daggett was there with us, Vice Mayor Sweet. I want to make sure that especially with this project, that there is a warm handoff, and know that I am available to help with bridging this situation, making sure we see this Rio to Flag, just as former Mayor Evans did when I took my seat up to make sure this progresses. So any calls you need to make or any assistance with this, I will like to offer that I will be there because we have to see this through. So just would like to offer my service in that regard. And yeah, it's been an honor. So we will pass over the gavel next Tuesday, and we still have a couple orders of business tonight. So we can move right along unless otherwise noted from city manager, city attorney, anything else? We are good. All right. I only got a couple more times with this thing, so it's like, all right, meeting adjourned. Oh, also calling to order our special meeting. Notice to the public that City Council may vote to go into executive session on any of the agendized items. Agenda item 2 is consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2022-33, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 7, Health and Sanitation, Chapter 7-08, extension and reimbursement agreements for the construction of water and sewer line, and Title 13, Engineering Design Standards and Specification for New Infrastructure, Chapter 13-09, Water, Sewer, and Other Underground Utilities by amending the reimbursement agreement provisions to allow longer maximum payback period, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Can I offer you a drink after that?
After council.
After,
You can't be on public property for a good one.
Well, I didn't have a formal presentation prepared for tonight. You saw my presentation last week. I'm merely here just to answer any additional questions that you may have had in the last week after giving this more consideration. So if there is anything, I'm here to answer it.
Thank you, Gary. Sterling?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, just wanted to give a shout out to Senior Assistant City Attorney Anya Wendell, who worked very closely with Gary and Water Services in bringing this to fruition. She has so many different irons and so many different fires, and she does a lot for the city of Flagstaff. I just wanted to give her a shout out for that. Thank you, Anya.
Yes, thank you, Anya. With that, I move to read ordinance number 2022-33 by title only for the final time.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Down
An
to
ordinance?
Oh, yep.
I need
You
to
gotta, but you're challenged. You gotta read it faster than I did.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 7, Health and Sanitation, Chapter 7-08, extension and reimbursement agreements for the construction of water and sewer lines, and Title 13, Engineering Design Standards and Specifications for New Infrastructure, Chapter 1309, Water, Sewer, and Other Underground Utilities by amending the reimbursement agreement provisions to allow for longer maximum payback period, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Boom! Fine work, Fobar. All right, I move to adopt ordinance number 2022-33.
Could you read that again? I didn't catch it. Okay.
You can go back to the recording.
I second your motion to adopt ordinance 2022-33.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Moving down to agenda item number 3, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-60 and ordinance number 2022-34. Resolution of Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled Vehicle Noise Code Amendments and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 6, Police Regulations, Chapter 8, Noise Control, by adopting by reference that certain document entitled Vehicle Noise Code Amendments, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date. And we do have some public participants, but I'll kick it off with Deputy Chief.
All right, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Deputy Chief Loswicki again. We're here for the final read on the Vehicle Nuisance Noise Ordinance. I'm here with Chief Musselman and okay, and the author of the ordinance and our legal advisor at the Police Department, Mary Ann Sullivan. We're just here to field any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. We'll start off with public participants, and then if council has further questions or clarifications, they can ask thereafter. I'd like to start with Trevor Drake. All right, I'll start with Sam Wesley. We'll get you on back up.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I appreciate your time, especially after some of the topics that have been discussed here tonight. I have a couple notes on the noise ordinance that I did want to go over. So basically, we understand the perspective of the people who are submitting the complaints, and I understand the effect that it has on the community, especially those who are negatively affected. And it is a direct result of those who are most likely already breaking other laws, especially like if you're driving fast enough for your car to be loud enough for it to affect people in their homes with their windows and doors closed. You're probably driving recklessly and everything also. So, but I did want to say that we, or at least I, agree with the complaints that have made this conversation necessary. And rather than passing the legislation that may create more conflict for our already hardworking police department, I wanted to present a solution that we, as a team, are already facilitating to help people out. 40-year-old racing team it was formed specifically to educate the next generation of automotive enthusiasts to channel their hobbies in a way that is legal and fun and safe. That way the community can operate normally while coinciding with those of us who modify our cars and like to drive fast and use it as sort of an expression. I believe that the two communities can exist as one, as long as it's enforced for the people who are obviously breaking the law. That's the whole point. But I don't believe that everybody who modifies or changes their car for performance reasons, for reliability reasons, for any other reason, should be held accountable for those who are being irresponsible. As 40-year-old, we're really trying to give people the platform to express those desires and hobbies in a safe and effective manner without disturbing the community. But I don't necessarily think that the noise ordinance will solve that problem because of what I said earlier about if your car is that loud, you're probably already driving recklessly. And I believe it's easier to pull somebody over for reckless driving rather than subjectively being like, I think your car is too loud. I listened to the previous meeting about the noise ordinance, and I listened to the complaints of the other community members. And like I said, I understand their perspective, but I don't necessarily agree that that magnitude of consequence will be effective, basically. Yeah, I think that's
Thank
it.
you, Sam. We have a question for you, though.
Sam, I'm curious what other insights you might have to share with us.
Insights onto any specific.
Anything else on your notes that you wanted to share?
Oh, sure thing. Thank you. Actually, I think I basically got to speak on everything that I wanted to. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember House.
Thank you so much for speaking this evening. I just had a quick question. You referenced a group, and I was wondering if you could share the name of your group again?
Yeah, the name of the group is 40 Roll Racing Team.
Yeah, Councilmember Schmidt.
Sam, quick question. So, I mean, it sounds like you're advocating for more education and partnership and outreach. Do you feel like, it sounds like there's some efforts in play, but do you feel like there's more that could be done, maybe even with some of the schools, in addressing this neighborhood concern and the community concern about the noise?
Absolutely, and I would be willing to volunteer my own efforts to contribute to that any sort of way, both on those who make the complaints and those who want to participate in car modification. Because, like I said, I can understand both points of view. I respect both points of view, and I think that if everybody was on the same page, we could solve the problem as opposed to creating a regulation that might breed more conflict.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Camden Hood.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to speak. I'm also speaking on behalf of, obviously, the noise ordinance. My group and I, 40 Roll Racing Team, very much disagree with it in the respects that there are lots of people who might take advantage of having a loud car or modifying their car purposely to be loud. However, for the most part, most people do it to increase performance, increase efficiency, increase their experience with their vehicles and their experience with their respective automotive community. I'm a student here in town. I'm going to be attending CCC to NAU very soon here. And another aspect that I can also see that would be pretty detrimental, especially for the student base, would be the cost, the maintenance cost for faulty exhaust systems. Because a lot of old cars, especially being in a town where it snows and we use cinders and road salts and such like that, exhaust systems can be damaged by that kind of stuff, creating louder cars, and the repairs can be extremely costly and very it could be an inconvenience for a lot of people, as there aren't many shops in town that even do exhaust repairs. So that might mean you might have to go out of town or somewhere else to get that done.
Thank you, Camden. Councilmember Shimoni.
I have a quick question for you. Thank you for being here, and to all of you who have stuck around. I've noticed that you've remained while everyone else has been leaving, so appreciate you spending the night with us. Quick question for you. We've heard the comment that if someone can afford adjusting their muffler or their exhaust to make additional sound, then they can afford to comply with the ordinance. You just spoke to costs and students and whatnot. Can you how would you respond to that comment about being someone who can afford that adjustment, then also being asked to comply?
That's more most of the time like a preference thing, and a lot of the times there's a lot of kits offered online are they can be installed with common hand tools and in your own driveway or stuff like that. Sometimes that might be for because you don't want to spend the money to repair it or whatever. But a lot of the times the reason being that they can afford to make altercations to their original equipment with aftermarket equipment is because the aftermarket equipment is generally cheaper and easier to find than the original equipment and or substitutes for original equipment, which generally can only be bought at dealerships, repair shops, and other more, I guess, more expensive places.
That's helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Camden. Next is Ramsev Kunshaw. Ramsey, sorry, Ramsev. Thought that was a B.
My handwriting is chicken scratch. Hello, everyone. My name is Ramsey. I'm a leader here for the 40-roll autocross racing team. I'm also a member of the Sports Car Club of America. And I actually work as a sales consultant here at Oxendale Auto Group, and very proud for that opportunity, and also very excited to be here and be able to talk to you guys about this issue. When it comes to this, I just want to say that, you know, I have been pulled over before for going a little too fast down Milton past the downtown district. And I'm going to be honest with you, I actually owned what the grave that I laid in. I was going about 10 over and I was being obnoxious. And that's actually what kind of started this whole thing, is it got me kind of out of the, for the want of the better term, the unhealthy car community, the car community that is acting on behalf of misbehavior. And that kind of leads to something that I put in an email. And if you guys want to cover any of the points that I talked about, I did send an email right around like either the 4th or 5th of December. And the big thing here is there is a distinct difference between enthusiasts who modify their vehicles and the ones who still operate safely on public roads, and people who modify their vehicles and do not operate safely regardless of the law. All right, but here's a bigger point that I kind of wanted to talk about, and this is just based off of a scenario that I hope that would never happen to me. I go outside to warm up my car at around 7:45 every day as I get ready to go to work, especially in the winter. I'll be starting it earlier. In the harshness of the roads in the winter and for transportation, I have to opt out of my little front-wheel drive Honda. And instead, I have to go with my designated autocross car. That is a all-wheel drive Subaru with a modified, yet catted, exhaust system and a couple other modifications, somehow still being street legal. And might I say that the vehicle has to be street legal to participate in autocross down in Phoenix. Okay. The issue with this is the warm-up cycle of this car is at 87 decibels exactly when I start it. And I want to say that I am very cautious with my mindset of my decision to start this vehicle in the morning around my very gentle and calm townhouse community, which I have not received any complaints. It would make me feel bad to have the police come to my house on a call for an issue that does not involve the safety of our community, and rather the satisfaction of one person who may want answered to that complaint. And therefore, at this time, I cannot see a reason to enact this noise ordinance without further pursuit of an education of a positive car community that is already existing, and how we might want to maneuver around this issue without causing harm to that community that actually advocates safety.
Thank you, Ramsey. With that, appreciate it. We're on to Trevor Drake now.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I just wanted to touch a little bit more on what kind of Sam pointed out with the whole racing team and trying to renovate what we try to do as people who are car enthusiasts. As I am also a part of the SCCA and 40-roll racing team. And before I joined 40-roll, I was that rambunctious kid with a fast car, decently fast car, that I just wanted to be loud and just let people know I was there and try to just be annoying, and quite honestly. And they gave me the platform to wear a jersey with my name on it and go out there and compete legally on a course where I can put all my heart into driving my car as best as I can and being as loud as I can, of course, all legally and around cones. And that's pretty much what I wanted to just touch base on, is that they did give me the platform to really go just have fun with what I love to do, and it's working on my car and enjoying what I put all my heart and effort into. That's it.
Thank you, Trevor. All right. With that, do we have any questions of staff or willing to entertain a motion, discussion? Leave it to you, Council. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief with my comments. I've said what I needed to say multiple times, as you all have patiently heard me go through my points. I want to thank the public commenters that are here tonight. I want to thank the public commenters that have emailed us. I think that this topic has stirred some commotion in our community and some conversations about how to better address this, maybe not utilizing law enforcement. I don't feel like we're there yet in terms of needing to utilize law enforcement. I do understand and appreciate your comment, Councilmember House, about are we currently responding to these calls? And Deputy Chief, I think you were the one that answered, yes, we are. And I feel like currently it's under the radar to a certain degree. It's maybe a handful of select individuals who are engaging in making this call. And my concern, similar to the Airbnb conversation or the short-term rental conversation, is by putting this law in the books or putting this in place, we might normalize this topic of requesting this service. And by normalizing this as something that our police department has the ability to respond to, as an item on the menu of things that people can call about, I have concerns that it's going to induce demand and induce further calls to our police department, which is going to take more time, more money, and more chasing around individuals for behavior that is not necessarily life-threatening. So I guess I wanted just to share that thought because I thought you made a good point with that comment, but I just feel like it's currently a super small population that's making these calls, and it will, if we push this forward, it's going to create a lot more of a demand on our police department. And like we heard earlier tonight, we have bigger issues. We have bigger issues in Flagstaff. People are being exploited every day of the week. There's people trying to buy sex with minors, and we're not even addressing that or even scratching the surface. That, again, is where I think our police department needs to focus. So, again, as one of the commenters said, often these folks who are driving really loudly are also driving fast. And we have rules in the books as to how to address speed. That, to me, is a public concern. The noise is an aftermath topic. And I think that maybe we just need to further address speed because we're too understaffed to address speed. From my understanding, at times, we don't have people out checking for red lights. We don't have the team that we used to have. Our team of, however many people, and Chief, and Deputy Chief, you can speak to this way better than I can, and you feel this better, more than I do, but our streets are lacking officers, and we don't have the enforcement that we need to provide the quality of service that I think our team wants to and our leadership wants to. So again, before we add this on, let's just focus on the basics: speeding, enforcement, education, outreach. Let's work with groups. Let's work with the youth members. Let's work with the former bad behavior individuals who can maybe help provide a solution as to how to help correct this moving forward without putting this in the books as something that our police department is tasked to respond to. In closing, I don't think this is the best use of our limited resources again, and I do support more education, partnership, and outreach. And I'm hoping that a majority feels this way too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. With that, any further discussion or motions? Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a very challenging subject, and I think we all somewhat feel that. I'm deeply appreciative for all of your comments this evening, and I think they very much speak to the challenge that we're facing in this ordinance. I want to make it clear that no matter how I or others vote on this evening, you've been heard, and it makes a difference in the conversation. Part of the challenge that I personally feel with this is that this is the result of a citizen's request that came before council. I don't remember how many years ago, maybe someone else remembers that, but Councilmember McCarthy. What challenges me in this conversation is that we have spent so much time talking about the importance of our citizens coming forward, being heard, having their concerns addressed by us as council. And I worry about the message that we send if we declare that concern that was brought forward that many years ago as not being worthy of moving forward. I'm also challenged, though, by the community perspectives of what this potentially does within the community, the strong desire that's been expressed to engage in community and neighborhood conversations. I think there's a lot of validity to that point. I think my one question maybe goes to the police team. And it might be just on your perspective on this ordinance. I understand that you have put a lot of work into this, and from my understanding of prior conversations, it does present some challenges, but it's also valuable perhaps in your perspective tool. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council, Chief Musselman at the podium. So our challenge was this, and Sam spoke to it briefly, subjectivity versus objectivity. And by having those noise limits, we can focus on it objectively. Thank you. Because there'll be a limit, and people will know that limit. And so if you go to, say, if my son wanted to go modify his muffler and go get it, he could drive that car to the police station and say, is my muffler going to be illegal now? And he can rev it up or do what they do. And I don't think these folks here are the problem. It is that person that's showing off to the girls after high school, and so they get on it. And yes, they may be driving recklessly, they may be speeding, but the loudness is the complaint that we're hearing. And some vehicles, when you do modify it, it damages the environment because you're letting more gases out possibly. But I understand your struggle. You're taking something that is legal to purchase, and by putting it on a car, now it's, depending on the way you drive and where you drive, it could be illegal based on the noise that it puts out. I do think once we get our driving track built out at our police academy, we might invite these folks out to do a fundraiser or something, and they can do that legally. But I do think we had several citizens speak on the issue, and they were frustrated with the noise, and we were directed to bring that before you, and so that is a policy decision for you all to make. So, did I answer your question?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Also, I think there's a lot of concern that's being voiced by people that have admittedly altered their vehicles, and I haven't heard one of them say that anybody's ever called to complain about the noise that their cars make. So I don't think just because there's an ordinance that people are going to complain on people that haven't modified their vehicles so that they're obnoxiously loud. I think the obnoxiously loud people is who the ordinance is meant to regulate.
Thank you, Deputy Chief and Chief. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the first thing I'd point out is I used to be young, and I had a 57 Chevy. I made a couple modifications. I put positive traction in it. I took the 283 engine out and put a 350 in it with a quadrajet carburetor. I took the automatic transmission out, put a manual transmission in it. It was pretty hot. I used to race it out at Tucson Dragway. So I understand what this is about. But I can also tell you that I got tickets for loud mufflers because I put glass packs on it. So what did I do? After I got about 2 or 3 tickets, I put stock mufflers back on it. So let's talk about some of the things we heard tonight. We don't need an ordinance. Let's just be nice to each other. Let's kind of talk to each other. Well, I want to relay an experience I had. I was invited by the police department to go out on a ride after I joined city council. And I did. I went out on a ride with an officer, and we only pulled 2 people over that whole night that I was with him. And they were both for the same offense. Someone made a right turn and they didn't stay on the inside lane. They went to the outside lane. Boy, was that serious. In both cases, there was nobody around. It wasn't like it was going to cause an accident or anything. But I guess I'll put the question out, the chief, or just for the sake of discussion, should we go ahead and repeal that law? Because it was kind of silly. And we'll just ask people to nicely stay on the inside lane. So I guess my point is, this idea that we can nicely ask people to obey what, I won't even say the law, what is good procedure, is ridiculous. Because there's a whole series of laws we should repeal if we use that line of argument. This argument that, oh, it's so expensive. No, that isn't the issue. The issue is people putting taking money to put aftermarket exhaust systems on their cars, which might be headers, or it might just be stock headers, but different mufflers. They're spending money to do that. That's the issue. The issue isn't, oh, somebody's muffler rusted out, and that isn't the problem. The problem is people deliberately doing this. Someone mentioned tonight something about exhaust modifications. If my recollection of this ordinance, the last time I read it a few weeks ago, it doesn't say anything about you can't modify your exhaust system. It just talks about how much noise you make. So you can modify your exhaust system, it just can't exceed the noise levels. As some people here know, I went out and bought a professional quality sound meter, calibrated, and I went out and spent probably 3 or 4 hours listening to cars and taking meter readings. And I talked to, I'll just say his name, Charlie Silver. He gave me a suggestion on where to go to catch the loud ones. And in those 3 or 4 hours, I did not record a single vehicle that made noise above the limits that are in this proposed ordinance. So my point is, the levels in the proposed ordinance are reasonable. They're not going to cause any problems for people that have reasonably noisy cars. They're going to catch the people that are outrageous. So that's what my data is. Ms. House made some comments about, if you look in the audience tonight, there's not a single person saying that we need to do this ordinance. But we know that a lot of people have, talking to council for over the last, I think it's approximately 2 years, that we need this ordinance, that their sleep is deprived, their peace and quiet in their yard is deprived. There's a lot of people that want an ordinance and want us to somehow control the noise from vehicles. A lot of these vehicles are extremely noisy even when they're not speeding. So, the ordinance before us tonight is to help the police and give them an objective criteria to decide if a citation should be granted. Right now, it's very subjective. It's like, well, that was pretty loud. Yeah, that really holds up in court. So, and then this argument that, well, these things are legal. We can buy them. Therefore, they're okay. Well, I point out that I can go down and buy a gun, and that's legal. But that doesn't mean I have a right to go around shooting people. That's ridiculous. So anyway, I think you probably figured out by now, I am in support of this ordinance. And when you're ready for a motion, I can do it, or somebody else can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sterling wants to chime in after council discussion, so or comments. So, Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, I'll try to keep this brief. Councilmember McCarthy, I think you hit upon some of the themes I wanted to touch upon, so I'm not going to double down on that too much. I just want to take a moment and thank all of you for coming out and for staying here with us this evening. I know it's been said before, but it's really no small gesture to show your advocacy and to stand your ground and to make your voices heard. And by the way, all of you were very eloquent. So look forward to seeing you up here in the future, making these decisions. You know, in one sense, this is a tough one, but in another sense, it's really not that hard for me. I really don't see a problem with the car enthusiast community at all. And, you know, this ordinance is designed not to impact your hobby. So I understand where the feeling of being threatened by this comes from, and I understand the points you're making, and I appreciate most of you giving voice to the fact that you understand where the other side is coming from on this as well. I really don't think this is going to impact your hobby or your ability to engage in your activities at all. I just want to say a couple things. I think it was really smart what Councilmember House said, that the police are going on these calls anyway. I'm not sure I agree with your induced demand philosophy. I see what you're saying. I understand your argument. I'm just not sure that I'm convinced that it's going to create that induced demand. I don't see this as an ordinance that is weaponizing the ability of certain residents to carry out vengeance on their pet peeves. I don't think this is going to be abused. If it is abused that way, we can look at it again later. You know, and one interesting component of this that hasn't really been discussed, someone brought it up very briefly. I don't know what the latest science is on altered mufflers and carbon output, if they tend to be more polluting or not. That certainly would have been the case in the past. I know that mufflers are built in order to reduce pollution specifically. So when we talk about our carbon neutrality goals and our climate action and our climate emergency, it's interesting that this component of that hasn't come up, and it might be something worth reporting on and providing data on down the road in the future as we're getting into the nuts and bolts of monitoring what our carbon levels are as we get closer to 2030. But I just fundamentally agree that our neighborhoods are allowed to value overall noise levels. And I just think that this gives the police a tool that they can use. There's a certain amount of discretion involved, and it's actually a very lenient ordinance tool in terms of fines and the schedule in which things get, ratcheted up. So I'm okay. I've supported this ordinance on the first read, I believe, and I'm okay with doing it tonight as well. And that doesn't mean that I'm just not really totally impressed with the group of you for coming out here and giving it your all and doing so in a very respectable manner. So thank you for your time. Please, I do hope you feel heard, and I encourage you all to continue advocating for your issues in the future. Hopefully, broke the ice a little bit. It's not too scary. We're just people up here too. So I appreciate you all very much.
You, Councilmember Shimoni.
Say one last thing while I'm still up here and have the opportunity. I don't think I'm going to maybe persuade anyone, but I just feel like I need to get off my chest. To council members that will be up here longer than I will, you're going to receive citizen concerns all the time, and Chief knows this way too well. And we're not going to be able to respond to all those concerns. And I'm already hearing from people that have been like, oh, you're going to listen to those concerns, but not these concerns. And so I think it's a slippery slope, and I think we need to be able to have the ability to stand strong and say, no, that's not a priority. We don't have the ability to address that now, community members. And respond to those emails and not say, Chief, take care of this, but say, hey, community members, sorry, not going to be able to do this. and deal with it as a council member. We have to be strong, and we can't just put everything on our police department that people complain about, because you're gonna see there's gonna be more coming, and they're gonna point to this as an example and say, you did it here, it's a similar concern, why aren't you addressing my concern I raised 20 years ago, not just 3 years ago? So I do have concerns about this setting a precedent. One thing Chief didn't mention in his concerns is staffing and staff time. I'm not too sure why he didn't, because I know staffing is a huge concern at the police department currently. I'm also concerned about burnout, and I hope you are too. I hear there's a ton of turnover at our police department, and that's been the case for a long time. But that's more of my concern, Councilmember McCarthy, than the money. The money is pretty minimal. It's the 3-4 hours it takes to fish, to find these people, and maybe not. That 3-4 hours could have been used to find a trafficker or someone who's really creating a public safety issue. But yet we're going to say, no, officers, we want you to sit out and go fishing for loud mufflers. I don't know if that's the best use of our time. And I'm not trying to go back and forth, but just to your comment about fishing for 3 hours, it's like fishing, and it's just a matter of what do we want our officers to fish for. I don't see this being that top priority. And then my last comment, a couple last comments. Comments were made that we're hearing concerns about noise, not speed. But when I speak to those individuals who are complaining about noise and dig into it, often it does turn into speed, a conversation about speed. So I do think that it's not just noise that people are complaining about, it's speed. And that's something we struggle to address because we're not able to fish for speeders because we don't have enough officers. So just wanted to share that as well. And then lastly, I see, although I appreciate your comment, Councilmember McCarthy, that a gun is legal and so is noise, I think that the impact of a gun versus the impact of a loud muffler are very different, right? And I think that needs to be mentioned. So I don't necessarily think that comparison is fair, but I can see where you're coming from with that. Got off my chest, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sterling?
I think Councilmember McCarthy had a comment.
All right, well, okay, I'm just gonna say this. I don't think anybody's minds were changed tonight from the first ordinance, so rather than having this continuous back and forth with it, why doesn't somebody make a motion and Sterling can then
I'll
respond?
comment before that. I appreciate it.
Well-
Mayor and Council, similar to the last ordinance, I want to give a shout out to Senior Assistant City Attorney and Police Department Advisor and Fire Department Advisor, Mary Ann Sullivan. Since the citizens petition came in 2 years ago, she's been at work on this with PD, with the council, and she's put a lot of time and effort into it. And I just want to give her a shout out for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling, and you're welcome to make a comment and make a motion, please, while you're doing so.
I'll make it brief. Adam, I think it's important that people come to us, but just because someone comes to us doesn't mean that I'm going to follow through on it. But in this case, I feel that their complaints were legitimate. Now, there's other people who have come to me and asked me to push something at council, and I didn't do it because I didn't think it was important. I had a couple other thoughts, but let's be brief, right? So I move that we adopt Resolution 2022-60.
I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Aslan. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would echo the gratitude and appreciation of the hard work of Team Flagstaff, especially our is it Deputy City Attorney?
Senior Assistant City
Senior
Attorney, Police Department Advisor, and Fire Department
Yes, there you
Advisor.
go.
Longest title in our
and,
office.
And everyone within Team Flagstaff have worked hard to put forth the draft ordinance, and that was as directed by council. So your effort are much appreciated and acknowledged. However, my position has not changed. I will not support passing this ordinance because I echo most of Council Member Shimone's thoughts, but I'm also more concerned about prioritization of resource allocation. Gosh, deep in my heart, I don't think this ordinance is a top priority for me in terms of resource allocation for the very, very valuable time and resource that our limited police department has. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. There is a motion on the table, but Councilmember McCarthy.
There's nothing in this that tells the police department they have to go out and spend so many hours a week looking for loud mufflers. It's completely up to their discretion to use appropriate amount of time based on the severity of other things that are going on and the significance of this. I'll admit this is not the highest priority that the police department works on. Far from it. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. That motion carries 4-3 with counts same as the original read and votes.
Mayor, could you please just relay who the dissents were?
The dissents were Councilmember Salas, myself, and Councilmember Shimoni. All right, we need to read the resolution 2234 if someone wants to make a motion on that.
I move that we read ordinance 2022-34 by title only for the final time.
Second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember House. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. 3 in dissent, Salas, Shimoni, and myself. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title VI, Police Regulations, Chapter 8, Noise Control, by adopting by reference a certain document entitled Vehicle Noise Code Amendments, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
I move to adopt ordinance 2022-34.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. All those, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Same 3, Shimoni, Salas, and myself. That carries. With that, meeting adjourned.